Ancient Egypt, a civilization in northeastern Africa, dates back to the 4th millennium BCE. Its numerous achievements, preserved in its art and monuments, continue to captivate as archaeological discoveries reveal its secrets. This video explores Egypt from its prehistory through its unification under Menes, Narmer, in the 3rd millennium BCE, often considered a key reference point for Egypt's origins, and up to the Islamic conquest in the 7th century CE. Introduction to Ancient Egyptian Civilization. Life in ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt was like a green oasis nestled in the vast deserts of northeastern Africa. Its survival depended entirely on the annual flooding of the Nile River, which brought water and rich silt to the farmlands. This natural cycle allowed the people to grow crops and sustain a thriving agricultural society. The most fertile region was the Nile Valley, where the river flowed between stretches of limestone hills. To the north, the river branched out into the Nile Delta, creating a wide, fertile area that became the breadbasket of the civilization. Beyond the fertile lands lay the low desert, which was home to some wildlife and provided additional resources. The Nile wasn't just a source of life, it was also the main route for travel and trade, connecting different parts of the kingdom. The first cataract at Aswan, where the Nile's waters churn into rapids over a granite riverbed, served as ancient Egypt's most clearly defined natural boundary within inhabited lands. To the south lay Nubia, a region far less fertile and hospitable, where the Nile flowed through low sandstone hills, leaving only a thin strip of cultivable land. Despite its harsh environment, Nubia was vital to Egypt, both as a target for expansion and as a gateway to valuable resources and goods. From deeper in Africa, to the west of the Nile stretched the vast Sahara Desert, a barren expanse interrupted only by a chain of oases located 125 to 185 miles, 200 to 300 kilometers from the river, offering limited resources like minerals. In contrast, the eastern desert, between the Nile and the Red Sea, held greater importance, supporting small nomadic communities, desert wildlife, and rich mineral deposits, including gold, while also serving as a critical route to the Red Sea. To the northeast lay the Isthmus of Suez, a crucial pathway for Egypt's connections with neighboring lands. This route linked Egypt to the Sinai Peninsula, a source of precious materials like turquoise and possibly copper, as well as to southwestern Asia, the region that most influenced Egypt's cultural and technological development. Through these interactions, Egypt adopted new innovations and crop varieties. The isthmus also drew immigrants and, over time, invaders who were lured by Egypt's stability and wealth. From the late 2nd millennium BCE onward, Egypt faced repeated invasions along the eastern Mediterranean coast as foreign forces sought to exploit its riches by both land and sea. Initially, cultural exchange through the Mediterranean Sea was limited, but Egypt established early trade ties with the Lebanese port of Byblos, modern-day Jbeil. While Egypt required few imports to sustain its basic way of life, high-quality timber was a crucial exception, as it was not available locally and had to be sourced from Lebanon. Additionally, precious minerals like obsidian and lapis lazuli were imported from distant regions, including Anatolia and Afghanistan, highlighting Egypt's far-reaching trade networks. Agriculture in ancient Egypt revolved around the cultivation of cereal crops, primarily emmer wheat, Triticum dicoccum, and barley, Hordeum vulgar. The fertile soil and the predictable annual flooding of the Nile ensured exceptionally high yields from a single yearly harvest. This agricultural abundance allowed for the storage of large surpluses to guard against crop failures and became the foundation of Egypt's wealth. Until the rise of the great empires in the first millennium, BCE Egypt was the wealthiest and most prosperous state in the ancient Middle East. Basin irrigation was accomplished through simple methods, and multiple cropping remained impractical until much later, except possibly in the lakeside region of Al-Fayyum. Over time, as the Nile deposited layers of alluvial silt, raising the floodplain's level, and marshlands were converted into arable land, the area available for farming in the Nile Valley and Delta expanded, while pastoralism gradually declined. Alongside staple grain crops, fruits and vegetables played a significant role in the diet, with the latter being irrigated year-round in small garden plots. Fish also served as a crucial food source. Papyrus, which thrived in the marshes, was initially gathered from the wild and later cultivated. It may have been used as food, but it was certainly turned into rope, matting, and sandals. Most importantly, papyrus became the iconic Egyptian writing material and, alongside cereals, one of the country's primary exports during the late period and later in Greco-Roman times. Cattle were likely first domesticated in northeastern Africa, and the Egyptians raised them as draft animals and for their byproducts, displaying a keen interest in breeds and individual traits that persists today in the Sudan and Eastern Africa. The donkey, essential for transportation, as camels were not common until Roman times, was probably also domesticated in the region. The native Egyptian breed of sheep disappeared in the 2nd millennium BCE and was replaced by an Asiatic variety, primarily raised for meat rather than wool. Goats were more common than sheep, and pigs were also bred and consumed. Ducks and geese were kept for food, while many wild and migratory birds were hunted. Desert game, such as antelope and ibex, were pursued by the elite, with hunting lions and wild cattle reserved as a royal privilege. Egyptians kept pets like dogs, cats, and monkeys, and dogs also served as hunting companions. Additionally, they possessed a deep fascination with and extensive knowledge of the mammals, birds, reptiles, and fish in their environment. Most Egyptians likely descended from settlers who migrated to the Nile Valley in prehistoric times, with population growth driven largely by natural fertility. Over various periods, immigrants from Nubia, Libya, and particularly the Middle East arrived, contributing to cultural and possibly demographic changes, though their exact numbers remain unclear. The majority of the population lived in villages and towns scattered across the Nile Valley and Delta. Homes were typically constructed from mud bricks which have since eroded or been buried under rising water tables or modern developments, leaving little evidence of ancient settlement patterns. In ancient times, as today, settlements were often built on slightly elevated ground near the riverbanks, ensuring access to water, transportation, and protection from floods. Unlike Mesopotamia, Egypt was not heavily urbanized until the 1st millennium BCE. Instead, a few key centers, such as Memphis and Thebes, attracted larger populations, especially the elite, while the rest of the people were more evenly distributed across the land. Estimates suggest Egypt's population grew from 1 to 1.5 million in the 3rd millennium BCE to possibly double that number by the late 2nd millennium and 1st millennium BCE, with even higher population levels reached during Greco-Roman times. Nearly all Egyptians were involved in agriculture and were likely bound to the land. In theory, all land belonged to the king, though in practice, those living on it were rarely displaced, and certain types of land could be bought and sold. Officials were granted land to generate income, but most plots required significant dues to be paid to the state, which prioritized keeping the land productive. Abandoned land was reclaimed by the state and redistributed for farming. The people who worked the land were not free to leave and were obligated to cultivate it, but they were not enslaved. Most paid a portion of their harvest to high-ranking officials. Over time, independent farmers emerged, and while terms used To describe them often implied poverty. These agriculturalists were likely not poor. Slavery was uncommon and mostly limited to captives, foreigners, or individuals forced into servitude by poverty or debt. Enslaved individuals sometimes married into their owners' families, gradually integrating into free society. During the New Kingdom, c. 1539–1077 BCE, large numbers of captives were enslaved and acquired by state institutions or the military. Punishments for enslaved foreigners or Egyptians fleeing their duties included forced labor, exile, such as to the western desert oases, or dangerous assignments like mining. Even non-punitive work, such as quarrying in the desert, was perilous, with one official expedition recording a mortality rate exceeding 10%. Just as the Egyptians maximized agricultural output with simple methods, they elevated their crafts and techniques, many of which originated in Asia, to extraordinary levels of refinement. Their most impressive technical feat, the construction of massive stone monuments, showcased the power of a centralized state to mobilize vast labor forces made possible by highly efficient farming practices. The technical and organizational expertise involved in these projects was remarkable, with the construction of the Great Pyramids during the Fourth Dynasty, c. 2543–2436 BCE, still not fully understood and remaining a formidable challenge even by modern standards. This display of advanced skill stands in stark contrast to the largely Neolithic lifestyle of the rural population at the time, where flint tools remained in use even in urban settings, until at least the late second millennium BCE. Metal was relatively scarce and often reserved for prestige items rather than everyday use. In urban and elite settings, the nuclear family was the Egyptian ideal, but evidence suggests that extended families were common among rural populations and even within the ruling class. Egyptians practiced monogamy, and while no formal marriage, ceremonies or legal requirements are known, the choice of partners did not follow strict rules. Consanguineous marriages were rare during the dynastic period, except for occasional unions between royal siblings, which may have been reserved for kings or heirs to the throne. Divorce was theoretically straightforward but expensive. Women held a legal status only slightly below that of men. They could own and manage property, initiate divorce, and participate in legal matters. Although they rarely held administrative roles, women increasingly took part in religious cults as priestesses or chantresses. Married women bore the title mistress of the house, though its exact meaning remains unclear. Among lower social classes, women likely worked both, in the fields and at home. The uneven distribution of wealth, labor, and technology reflected the only partially urban nature of Egyptian society, particularly in the third millennium BCE. Rather than being channeled into numerous provincial towns, the country's resources were concentrated around the capital, a collection of settlements rather than a single city, and centered on the king, the pivotal figure in society. During the third and early second millennia, the elite ideal, as depicted in the decoration of private tombs, emphasized a manorial and rural lifestyle. It was not until much later that Egyptian society developed a more distinctly urban character. The king and ideology, administration, art, and writing. In Egyptian cosmology, society was structured as a descending hierarchy: the gods, the king, the blessed dead, and humanity, primarily the Egyptians. Among these groups, only the king was a singular figure, making him uniquely prominent. A text summarizing the king's role describes him as eternally present on earth, judging humanity, appeasing the gods, and replacing chaos with order. Ma'at, a central concept. He presents offerings to the gods and mortuary gifts to the spirits, the blessed dead. The king was considered divine, but this divinity stemmed from his position and was reinforced through rituals. his divine status was far below that of the major gods. He was seen as a god rather than a man because of his immense potential, which surpassed that of any ordinary human. To the people, he embodied the gods on earth, a concept expressed through intricate metaphors and doctrines. He also served as humanity's representative to the gods. The text highlights the importance of the dead, who were venerated by the living and believed to influence human affairs. For both royal and non-royal individuals, a significant portion of resources and attention was often devoted to preparing tombs and ensuring comfort in the afterlife. Egyptian kings are often referred to as pharaohs, a term borrowed from the Bible. However, the word pharaoh originates from the Egyptian per aa, great estate, initially referring to the royal palace as an institution. From around 1400 BCE, it became increasingly common to use this term for the living king, though it was rare in earlier periods. The rules governing succession to the throne in ancient Egypt remain unclear. The widespread belief that the heir had to marry the eldest daughter of the previous king has been disproven, as kingship did not pass through the female line. The selection of a queen appears to have been flexible. She could be a close relative of the king or entirely unrelated. During the New Kingdom, for which there is substantial evidence, each king had a principal queen with unique titles as well as several minor wives. Sons of the chief queen were often the preferred heirs to the throne, but other sons, or even unrelated individuals, could also ascend to kingship. In many cases, the eldest surviving son inherited the throne, aligning with broader Egyptian values, though this was not always the rule. New Kingdom records describe how kings were designated as heirs either by their predecessors or through divine oracles, a process likely used when no clear successor existed. Public records typically suppress evidence of dissent or conflict over succession. However, during the late period, 664–332 BCE, when sources become more varied and succession patterns less rigid, numerous usurpations and disruptions to the royal line are documented, suggesting similar events may have occurred earlier. The king's role evolved gradually from that of an absolute monarch within a small ruling circle, often composed of his relatives, to that of a leader in a bureaucratic state where his authority remained absolute but was structured around office holding and, in theory, merit-based competition. By the Fifth Dynasty, established institutions supplemented tradition and personal relationships as checks on autocratic power, yet the king's charismatic and divine authority continued to play a central role in maintaining his rule. The administrative elite derived their authority and appointments from the king, enacting his role as the supreme judge over humanity. They celebrated their fairness and care for others, particularly those beneath them, and documented their achievements and ideal behavior in public inscriptions. Their status was reinforced by their connection to the king, their standing among peers, and their treatment of subordinates, which helped justify the significant portion of the nation's wealth they, and especially the king, controlled. These attitudes and their potential spread through society helped counterbalance inequality, though the extent to which they were embraced remains unclear. The core group of wealthy officials numbered only a few hundred, while the broader administrative class of minor officials and scribes, most of whom could not afford to leave memorials or inscriptions, likely totaled around 5,000. Together with their dependents, these groups made up roughly 5% of the early population. Monuments and inscriptions, however, commemorated no more than 1 in 1,000 individuals, highlighting the limited visibility of the majority. According to royal ideology, the kings selected the elite based on merit, and due to high mortality rates in ancient times, the elite had to remain open to external recruits. However, there was also an ideal that a son should inherit his father's position. During periods of weak central authority, this principle often prevailed, and by the late period, Egyptian society became increasingly rigid and stratified. Writing played a crucial role in centralizing the Egyptian state and shaping its identity. The two main forms of writing, hieroglyphs, used for monuments and display, and the cursive hieratic script, emerged around the same time in late pre-dynastic Egypt, c. 3000 BCE. Initially, writing served primarily administrative purposes, and no continuous texts survived from before approximately 2650 BCE. The earliest literary texts, dating to before the Middle Kingdom, c. 1980 BCE, appear to have been lists of essential, traditional knowledge and possibly medical texts. The impact of writing was limited by low literacy rates, likely below 1%, and by societal expectations of its purpose. Hieroglyphs became a defining feature of Egyptian culture, so strongly tied to the state that they were rarely adapted for other languages, unlike the cuneiform script of Mesopotamia, which was used across multiple languages in a less centralized region. Despite this, Egyptian hieroglyphs likely inspired the development of the alphabet in the mid-2nd millennium BCE, which eventually became the most widespread writing system in the world. The most enduring legacy of ancient Egypt lies in its architecture and representational art. Until the Middle Kingdom, most monumental works were mortuary in nature, including royal tomb complexes, such as pyramids and mortuary temples, and private tombs. Temples dedicated to the gods existed across the country, but were generally modest in scale. From the New Kingdom onward, temples became the primary monuments, while royal palaces and private homes, which are poorly documented, held less significance. Temples and tombs were typically constructed in stone, adorned with wall reliefs, and filled with stone and wooden statues, inscribed stelae, freestanding stone markers, and, in their innermost areas, intricate artworks made of precious materials. The design and decoration of these structures reflected an idealized sacred cosmos, largely disconnected from everyday life. Outside of temples and tombs, art was likely uncommon, except in palaces, while decorations sometimes depicted historical events, rituals, or individual achievements. Their primary purpose was to convey broader values. The accuracy of such depictions must be assessed carefully and compared with other evidence, as some scenes on royal monuments were symbolic rather than historically accurate. The highly distinctive Egyptian artistic style, characterized by its unique rendering of nature, emerged early and is evident in most works of Egyptian art. The content of these works is hierarchically organized, with the most important figures, gods, and the king depicted prominently. Before the New Kingdom, gods rarely appeared in the same context as humans. In non-royal tombs, decorations typically show the tomb owner with subordinates managing his estate and presenting its produce. The owner is also often depicted hunting in the marshes, an elite pastime that may symbolize the journey to the afterlife. Non-royal tombs exclude the king and gods, and overtly religious content is limited to occasional scenes of mortuary rituals, journeys, and textual formulas. Temple reliefs, however, freely depict the king and gods, showing the king defeating enemies, hunting, and making offerings to the gods, who in turn bestow blessings upon him. Humans appear only as minor figures supporting the king. Both royal and non-royal monuments portray an idealized world where everyone is flawless and everything proceeds harmoniously. Only minor figures might be shown with physical imperfections. This artistic expression of values emerged alongside writing, but before written language could record continuous texts or complex ideas. Some of the earliest continuous texts from the 4th and 5th dynasties reflect an awareness of an idealized past that the present could only strive to replicate. A few officials' biographies hint at conflict, but more nuanced discussions first appear in Middle Kingdom literary texts. These texts include stories, dialogues, lamentations, and instructions on living a virtuous life, offering a deeper perspective that contrasts with the straightforward rhetoric of public inscriptions. Literary works were composed in all major phases of the Egyptian language: Middle Egyptian, the classical form used from the Middle Kingdom through Roman times; Late Egyptian from the 19th dynasty to around 700 BCE, and Demotic from the 4th century BCE to the 3rd century CE. However, many of the most sophisticated and profound works date to the earliest periods. Literary works also encompassed treatises on mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and magic, along with religious texts and canonical lists that categorized the elements of creation, likely the earliest genre dating to the start of the Old Kingdom around 2543 BCE or slightly earlier. Among these texts, few are truly systematic, with the exception of a notable medical treatise on wounds. The lack of systematic inquiry contrasts with the Egyptians' practical expertise in fields like surveying, which was used to orient and construct buildings with remarkable precision and to redistribute land after the annual Nile floods. By the Middle Kingdom, they had surveyed and mapped the entire country. These tasks required advanced astronomical knowledge and innovative techniques, yet they appear to have been accomplished with minimal theoretical analysis. In the earliest periods, Egypt appeared to be governed almost as the king's personal estate, but by the Central Old Kingdom it was divided into approximately 35 nomes, or provinces, each with its own officials. Administration was centered in the capital, where most of the elite lived and were buried. In Egypt's non-monetary economy, the state's key functions included collecting, storing, and redistributing agricultural produce, organizing labor for specialized tasks such as irrigation, flood control, and major state projects, and overseeing legal matters. Administration and law were closely intertwined, both ultimately dependent on the king. Dispute resolution was partly an administrative duty, guided largely by precedent, while contractual agreements followed standardized formulas. Both the state and temples played roles in redistribution, maintaining vast grain reserves, with temples serving as both religious and economic institutions. During periods of decentralization, local elites assumed similar responsibilities. Markets played a minor role, and craftsmen were state employees who typically traded only goods made in their spare time. Wealthy officials partially escaped this system by receiving land as income and maintaining large households with their own specialized workers. Writing was the cornerstone of administration, bolstered by the personal authority officials held over the 99% of the population who were non-literate. Texts encouraging young people to become scribes highlight that scribes gave orders, while others performed the labor. Most officials, nearly all men, held multiple positions, accumulating more as they advanced through a complex hierarchical system. At the top was the vizier, the chief administrator and judge, who reported directly to the king. In theory, the king retained absolute authority over certain powers, such as the ability to impose the death penalty. Before the Middle Kingdom, the lines between civil and military roles were blurred. Military forces were composed of local militias led by their own officials and included foreign recruits, while non-military expeditions, such as mining in the desert or transporting heavy loads, were organized similarly. Until the New Kingdom, there was no distinct priesthood. Civil officials often held priestly titles, and priests held civil titles. Many priesthoods were sinecures, valued primarily for the income they provided, much like the minor civil titles, accumulated by high-ranking officials. At lower levels, minor priesthoods were filled by laymen who served in temples on a rotating basis, typically every 4th month. The state and temples were so closely linked that no significant tension arose between them until the late New Kingdom. Sources, calendars, and chronology. For most of Egyptian prehistory, particularly the Neolithic and later pre-dynastic phases, evidence comes solely from archaeology. Later Egyptian sources offer only mythical references to these distant eras. The dynastic period, marked by native rulers, is traditionally divided into 30 dynasties based on the Egyptiaca by Manetho, a Greco-Egyptian writer from Sebennytos, early 3rd century BCE. Excerpts of his work survive in later writings. Manetho organized his dynasties by the capital cities from which they ruled, though some divisions also reflect political or dynastic shifts, changes in the ruling faction. He provided reign lengths for individual kings and entire dynasties, grouping them into broader periods. However, due to textual errors and a tendency to exaggerate, Manetho's figures require supporting evidence and careful analysis to be useful for reconstructing chronology. Manetho's primary sources were earlier Egyptian king lists, which he used as a model for his own work. The most important surviving example of such a list is the Turin Papyrus, Turin Canon, a fragmented document housed in the Egyptian Museum. In Turin, Italy, it originally catalogued all kings from the 1st to the 17th dynasty, preceded by a mythical dynasty of gods and another of the spirits, followers of Horus. Similar to Manetho's later account, the Turin Papyrus recorded the reign lengths of individual kings along with totals for certain dynasties and longer periods spanning multiple dynasties. In early periods, the years of a king's reign were not numbered sequentially but were named after significant events, with lists compiled to record these names. By the 4th and 5th dynasties, more detailed records were kept, assigning dates, based on biennial cattle censuses numbered throughout each king's rule. Fragments of these lists survive on the Palermo stone, a basalt inscription housed in the Regional Museum of Archaeology in Palermo, Italy, along with related pieces in the Cairo Museum and University College London. These fragments are likely parts of a single copy of an original document dating to the 5th dynasty. The Egyptians did not use eras longer than a single king's reign for dating, so constructing a historical timeline requires totaling reign lengths and linking them to astronomical data, which can help pinpoint entire periods accurately. This is achieved by referencing astronomical events and aligning them with the 3 calendars used in ancient Egypt. Dating was based on a civil calendar derived from an earlier lunar calendar and introduced in the first half of the 3rd millennium BCE. The civil year consisted of 365 days and began in theory when Sirius, known as Sothis in Greek and Sopdet in ancient Egyptian, reappeared above the horizon after a period of invisibility, an event that occurred a few weeks before the annual Nile flood. Every 4 years, the civil year shifted 1 day relative to the solar year, which has 365.25 days, and after roughly 1,460 years, it realigned with the solar calendar. Religious ceremonies followed 2 lunar calendars, each with months of 29 or 30 days, supplemented by intercalary months every few years to maintain alignment. 5 references to the rising of Sirius, known as Sothic dates, are preserved in texts from the 3rd to the 1st millennium BCE, but these alone cannot establish an absolute chronology. A more precise timeline can be calculated using a larger number of lunar dates and cross-referencing them with Sirius observations. However, multiple chronologies exist, differing by up to 40 years for the 2nd millennium BCE and by over a century for the start of the 1st dynasty. Chronologies published before 1985 have been questioned, particularly for the Middle and New Kingdoms, due to a re-examination of Sothic and lunar date evidence. For the 1st millennium BCE, dates in the 3rd intermediate period remain approximate. A previously accepted fixed date of 945 BCE, based on biblical links, is now considered variable by several years. Late period dates, 664, 332 BCE, are nearly fixed. For the 11th dynasty, plausible dates can be calculated backward from the 12th dynasty, but earlier dates remain uncertain. The Turin Canon's total of 955 years for the 1st through 8th dynasties has been used to estimate the start of the First Dynasty around 3100 BCE, but this requires improbably long average reigns, making 2900 BCE a more reasonable estimate. Radiocarbon and other scientific dating methods applied to Egyptian sites have neither significantly improved nor convincingly challenged these computed dates, though recent radiocarbon studies have produced results encouragingly close to the traditional calculations. King lists and astronomical data provide only a chronological framework for Egyptian history. A wealth of archaeological and inscriptional sources survives, but none were created with the intention of interpreting history. As a result, no consistent political history of ancient Egypt can be written. The evidence is unevenly distributed, with gaps spanning decades, and no continuous royal records of historical events exist from the 3rd millennium BCE. Private biographical inscriptions dating from the 5th dynasty, c. 2435–2306 BCE, to the Roman conquest, 30 BCE, document individuals' roles in events but rarely address their broader significance. Royal inscriptions from the 12th dynasty, c. 1939–1760 BCE, to the Ptolemaic period aim to present a king's actions within a framework of history, portraying him as the restorer of cosmic order and the guarantor of stability or expansion. These texts emphasize serving the gods rather than humanity, while non-royal individuals often attribute their achievements to the king and sometimes to the gods. Internal conflict is mentioned only in decentralized intermediate periods, and kings rarely acknowledge dissent unless it occurs at the start of a reign or phase of action and is swiftly overcome, symbolizing the restoration of order. This framework often overshadows factual content, creating a bias toward recording foreign affairs, as official ideology denies internal dissent after initial turmoil. History is portrayed as both a ritual and a sequence of events, with royal and divine figures as its central actors. Only in the late period did these conventions weaken significantly, though they persisted in temple reliefs, remaining vibrant into Roman times. Despite their idealized view of history, the Egyptians were deeply aware of its nuances, as evidenced by their king lists. They categorized the past into periods similar to those used by modern Egyptologists and evaluated rulers not only as founders of eras but also based on their notable achievements, or, particularly in folklore, their flaws. The Demotic Chronicle, a text from the Ptolemaic period, claims to predict the downfall of several late-period kings as divine punishment for their misdeeds. The recovery and study of ancient Egypt. European fascination with ancient Egypt began in Roman times and was reignited during the Renaissance, when the abundance of Egyptian artifacts in Rome was complemented by accounts from travelers to Egypt itself. The classical view of Egypt as a land of ancient wisdom dominated perceptions, with hieroglyphs believed to convey profound symbolic meanings rather than representing the sounds and words of texts as they actually do. Between the 15th and 18th centuries, Egypt held a modest but notable place in European views of antiquity, and its monuments became better known through the efforts of scholars and travelers. Notable works by Richard Pocock, Frederick Ludwig, Norden, and Carsten Niebuhr in the 18th century helped spark an Egyptian revival in European art and architecture. During this time, Coptic, the Christian descendant of the ancient Egyptian language, was studied for its potential to unlock the secrets of hieroglyphs, with Athanasius Kircher among the most prominent 17th-century scholars in this field. Napoleon I's expedition to and brief conquest of Egypt in 1798 marked the peak of 18th-century European interest in the East. The campaign included a team of scholars who documented ancient and contemporary Egypt, resulting in the publication of the Description de l'Égypte, 1809-28, the most extensive study of the region before the decipherment of hieroglyphs. The famous Rosetta Stone, inscribed with a decree of Ptolemy V Epiphanes in hieroglyphs, Demotic script, and Greek, was discovered during the expedition. After the French surrender in Egypt, the stone was handed over to the British and became part of the British Museum's collection in London. This artifact played a crucial role in the decipherment of hieroglyphs achieved by Jean-François Champollion in 1822. The Egyptian language, unveiled through the decipherment of hieroglyphs and decades of study, belongs to the Afro-Asiatic, formerly Hamito-Semitic, language family. While it is closest to the Semitic branch, it is unique in many ways. Over thousands of years, the language underwent significant changes. The script does not include vowels, and because Greek versions of royal names were known from Manetho long before their Egyptian counterparts were deciphered, the names used today are a blend of Greek and Egyptian forms. During the first half of the 19th century, a vast number of antiquities were taken from Egypt, forming the core of collections in many major museums. These artifacts were often removed rather than properly excavated, causing significant damage to ancient sites compounded by the country's economic development. At the same time, numerous travelers and scholars visited Egypt, documenting its monuments. The most comprehensive and remarkably accurate record was created by the Prussian expedition led by Karl Richard Lepsius between 1842 and 1845, which explored sites as far south as central Sudan. In the mid-19th century, Egyptology emerged as a formal discipline in France and Prussia. The Antiquities Service and a Museum of Egyptian Antiquities were established in Egypt by the French Egyptologist Auguste Mariette, a prolific excavator, who worked to protect sites from destruction, and the Prussian scholar Heinrich Brugsch, who made significant advances in interpreting texts from various periods and published the first major Egyptian dictionary. In 1880, Flinders, later Sir Flinders, Petrie began over 40 years of systematic excavation, creating an archaeological framework for nearly all major periods of Egyptian culture, except for its earliest prehistory. Petrie pioneered many archaeological methods, though he was later surpassed by George Andrew Reisner, who excavated for American institutions from 1899 to 1937. The most influential late 19th century Egyptologist was Adolf Ehrman of Berlin, who established a solid foundation for understanding the Egyptian language and authored comprehensive works that organized knowledge of earlier periods for the first time. Since the 1890s, complete facsimile reproductions of Egyptian monuments have been published, creating an essential record as the originals deteriorate. The pioneer of this scientific approach to epigraphy was James Henry Breasted of the Oriental Institute, now the Institute for the Study of Ancient Cultures, at the University of Chicago, who began his work in 1905 and was soon joined by others. Today, many scholars continue to contribute to the field of epigraphy, preserving and studying these ancient inscriptions. The first half of the 20th century saw remarkable archaeological discoveries. Howard Carter uncovered the tomb of Tutankhamun in 1922. Pierre Montet discovered the tombs of 21st-22nd dynasty kings at Tanis between 1939 and 1944. And W.B. Emery and L.P. Kirwan unearthed tombs of the Balana culture, 4th-6th century CE, in Nubia from 1931 to 1934. The latter was part of the second survey of Lower Nubia, 1929–34, conducted before the second raising of the Aswan Dam. This was followed in the late 1950s and 1960s by an international effort to excavate and document sites in Egyptian and Sudanese Nubia before the completion of the Aswan High Dam in 1970. Lower Nubia is now one of the world's most thoroughly explored archaeological regions, with many of its temples relocated, either to higher ground nearby, as with Abu Simbel and Philae, or to museums abroad. This campaign also brought diverse archaeological expertise to Egypt, significantly improving excavation and recording standards in the country. Excavation and survey work of great significance have continued at numerous sites. For instance, at Saqqara, part of the necropolis of ancient Memphis, new sections of the Serapeum have been uncovered, yielding rich discoveries, while a major New Kingdom necropolis is being thoroughly investigated. The site of ancient Memphis itself has been systematically surveyed, its location relative to the ancient course of the Nile has been determined, and urban occupation areas have been studied in detail for the first time. Egyptology is fundamentally an interpretive discipline with significant contributions in areas such as art, where Heinrich Schäfer established the principles of depicting nature, and language, where new insights have been gained into texts, many of which are composed in a simple meter that supports sophisticated literary expression. Major progress has also been made in understanding the physical environment, social structure, kingship, and religion, while the reconstruction of historical timelines continues to be refined in detail. The Predynastic and early Dynastic periods. Predynastic Egypt. The people of pre-dynastic Egypt descended from Paleolithic inhabitants of northeastern Africa, who had spread across much of the region, leaving traces even in areas as harsh as the Great Sand Sea during wetter periods. The Sahara's final desertification was not complete until the end of the 3rd millennium BCE, and over thousands of years, people likely migrated from there to the Nile Valley, which became more hospitable as the region dried. The exact transition from the nomadic hunter-gatherer lifestyle of the Paleolithic era to settled agriculture remains unclear. After 5000 BCE, crop cultivation was introduced, likely on a small scale, within localized cultures that spread southward through Egypt into the oases and Sudan. Many of the staple crops were native to the Middle East, suggesting that agricultural techniques originated there. This shift did not necessarily involve large-scale migration, as the cultures remained largely independent. The archaeological evidence, mostly from the low desert where few people lived, is not fully representative. As in later periods, most settlements were likely concentrated in the Nile Valley and Delta. The earliest known Neolithic cultures in Egypt have been discovered at Merimda Bani Salama on the southwestern edge of the delta, and farther southwest in Al-Fayoum. Merimda Bani Salama, dating to the 6th to 5th millennium BCE, provides evidence of permanent settlement and cereal cultivation. In Al-Fayoum, where evidence dates to the 5th millennium BCE, settlements were located near Lake Karun, and the inhabitants relied on fishing. Merimda is a large site occupied for centuries, with residents living in lightly constructed huts. Burials found within the settlement may indicate that some areas were used for housing and others for graves, though not necessarily at the same time. Pottery was used in both cultures. Beyond these Egyptian Neolithic sites, others have been identified in the Western Desert, near the Second Cataract, and north of Khartoum. Some of these are as early as the Egyptian cultures, while others coexisted with later pre-dynastic Egyptian societies. In Upper Egypt, between Asyut and Luxor, Al-Uqsor, the Tarsian culture, named after Diatasa, and the Badarian culture, named after Al-Badar, have been identified, dating to the late 5th millennium BCE. Most evidence comes from cemeteries, where burials included finely crafted black-topped red pottery, ornaments, some copper items, and glazed steatite beads. This period also marks the first appearance of slate palettes for grinding cosmetics, which became iconic pre-dynastic luxury objects. The burials show little variation in wealth or status, suggesting a peasant society without centralized political organization. Thousands of rock drawings featuring a wide range of motifs, including boats, are found throughout the eastern desert, Lower Nubia, and as far west as Mount Uweinat, near Egypt's modern borders with Libya and Sudan. These drawings, likely dating to both pre-dynastic and dynastic periods, indicate that nomads were widespread in the desert, possibly until the late 3rd millennium BCE. However, the drawings cannot be precisely dated, and it is unclear whether they were all created by nomads or if Nile Valley inhabitants also ventured into the desert to produce them. Naqada I, named after the major site of Naqada and also called Amratian after Al-Amira, represents a distinct phase following the Badarian culture. It extended as far south as Al-Qaum al-Ahmar, Hierakonpolis, ancient Egyptian, Nekhen, near Mount Silsila, the sandstone barrier that marked Egypt's cultural boundary in pre-dynastic times. Naqada I differed from the Badarian in its settlement density and material culture, but showed little change in social organization, as inferred from archaeological evidence. Burials were in shallow pits with bodies facing west, a practice that continued in later Egyptian traditions. Notable grave goods included finely decorated pottery with white designs on red backgrounds, figurines of men and women, and hard stone mace heads, which foreshadowed significant late pre-dynastic artifacts. Naqada II, also called Girzian, after Girza, is the most significant pre-dynastic culture. It originated in the same region as Naqada I, but gradually expanded across Egypt. South of Mount Silsila, sites of the culturally similar Nubian A group extended as far as the Second Cataract and beyond, persisting into the Egyptian early dynastic period. During Naqada II, large settlements emerged at Al-Qaum al-Ahmar, Naqada, and Abidus, reflecting population concentration and growing social and economic differentiation. Few sites have been found between Asyut and Al-Fayyum, suggesting sparse settlement, possibly supporting pastoral communities rather than agricultural ones. Near present-day Cairo, at Al-Umari, Al-Ma'adi, and Wadi Dijla, extending south to the latitude of Al-Fayyum, sites of a distinct contemporary culture have been identified. Al-Ma'adi was a major settlement that traded with the Middle East, likely serving as an intermediary for goods moving south. Imports of lapis lazuli during this period indicate trade networks reaching as far as Afghanistan. The material culture of Naqada II featured a growing number of prestige items. The distinctive mortuary pottery, made from buff-colored desert clay primarily sourced near China, was decorated in red with depictions of boats, animals, and scenes with human figures, though their meanings remain unclear. Stone vases, often crafted from hard stones quarried in remote areas of the eastern desert, were common and of exceptional quality. Cosmetic palettes displayed intricate designs with outlines shaped like animals, birds, or fish. Flint was skillfully worked to produce large ceremonial knives, a style that persisted into dynastic times. Sites from late Naqada II, sometimes called Naqada III, are found across Egypt, including the Memphite area and the Delta, suggesting they replaced earlier Lower Egyptian cultures. Connections with the Middle East grew stronger, and Mesopotamian motifs and objects briefly became fashionable in Egypt. The cultural unification of the country likely coincided with political unification, though this process occurred in stages and cannot be fully reconstructed. An intermediate phase may have seen the formation of local states at Al-Qaum al-Ahmar, Naqada, Abydos, and delta sites like Buto, modern Qaum al-Fara'an, and Sais, Sa al-Hajar. Ultimately, Abydos emerged as the dominant center. Its late pre-dynastic cemetery, al-Ka'ab, was expanded to become the burial site for First Dynasty kings. In the latest pre-dynastic period, objects inscribed with royal symbols were deposited throughout Egypt, and early writing appeared as marks on pottery. The consistency of the royal symbol, a falcon on a decorated palace facade, suggests these objects belong to a single line of kings or a unified state, rather than multiple small states. This symbol evolved into the royal Horus name, the first element of a king's titulary representing the king as an embodiment of Horus, Egypt's chief god. Over the following centuries, additional titles were added to further define the king's role. By this time, Egypt appears to have been a unified state under kings who introduced writing and the first bureaucratic administration. These kings, who may have ruled for over a century, could correspond to names listed on the Palermo stone, though no direct matches can be confirmed. The last of these kings was likely Narmer, whose name has been found near Memphis, at Abydos, on ceremonial artifacts like a palette and mace head from Al-Qawm al-Ahmar, and at Palestinian sites such as Talgat and Arad. The reliefs on the palette depict him wearing Egypt's two primary crowns and defeating northern enemies, though these images likely symbolize the king's power and role rather than recording specific events. They reveal that by the early 3rd millennium BCE, the king's position in society and its representation through a blend of imagery and writing had been fully developed. During this period, Egyptian artistic styles and conventions were established alongside the development of writing. This process resulted in a swift and profound transformation of material culture, with many prestige objects from dynastic Egypt bearing little resemblance to their pre-dynastic predecessors. The early dynastic period, c. 2900 c. 2544 BCE, the first dynasty, c. 2900 c. 2730 BCE, the dawn of Egypt's historical period is marked by the appearance of written records in the form of regnal year names, documents later compiled into sources like the Palermo stone. Menes, traditionally celebrated as Egypt's first king and unifier, appears to be more a product of later historical tradition than an actual historical figure. He is mentioned in king lists and classical sources, credited with establishing Memphis and constructing irrigation works. Small artifacts from this era, including one dated to Narmer's reign but referencing another individual, contain two possible references to a men who may correspond to Mens. If these do refer to Menes, he was likely identical to Aha, Narmer's probable successor, and the true founder of the first dynasty. This interpretation is supported by significant changes in royal naming conventions during Aha's reign. Aha's burial complex at Abydos represents a dramatic increase in scale compared to earlier tombs, while the first massive tombs at Saqqara near Memphis lend credence to traditions about the city's establishment as a new capital. This transition from Abydos reflects intensified settlement in the strategically vital region between the Nile Valley and Delta. However, Memphis didn't immediately supersede Abydos's importance. The grand Saqqara tombs apparently belonged to high officials, while kings continued to be buried at Abydos in walled complexes that have since vanished. Their mortuary cults may have been conducted in designated areas closer to cultivated land. During the late Predynastic period and first half of the First Dynasty, Egypt expanded its influence into southern Palestine, likely Sinai, and launched military campaigns reaching the Second Cataract. While the First Cataract region, centered on Elephantine Island opposite modern Aswan, became a permanent part of Egypt, Lower Nubia remained outside Egyptian control during this early period. The Nubian A group culture disappeared between late Predynastic times and the Fourth Dynasty, likely early in this period. While evidence suggests political centralization was emerging around Qustul, this development was cut short, possibly due to Egyptian intervention. Nubia's growth was stifled by its proximity to Egypt, then the region's dominant power. During the First Dynasty, writing gradually expanded, though its administrative use along the floodplain means few records survive. Papyrus was invented by mid-First Dynasty, revolutionizing record-keeping. This era saw remarkable prosperity, with thousands of tombs of varying wealth found nationwide. The most elaborate contained exquisite metalwork, ivory artifacts, and particularly fine stone vessels. The dynasty reached its peak under Den's long reign, in Fleets, c. 2800 BCE, marking the height of early Egyptian cultural and political development. During the First Dynasty, 3 significant titles were incorporated into the royal Horus name: 2 ladies, symbolizing the king's embodiment of the protective goddesses from Upper and Lower Egypt; Golden Horus, whose exact significance remains unclear; and Dual King, combining 2 fundamental words for ruler that later became associated with the 2 lands of Egypt. These honorifics preceded the king's personal birth name, which in subsequent dynasties would be enclosed within a cartouche as a mark of royalty. The Second Dynasty, c. 2730 c. 2590 BCE. Evidence from the end of the First Dynasty suggests competing claims to the throne. One lineage may have established the Second Dynasty, whose first ruler bore the Horus name Hetepsekemwi, peaceful in respect of the 2 powers. This name possibly references the resolution of conflict between 2 factions or regions, the opposing deities Horus and Seth, or both. Hetepsekemwi and his successor Reneb relocated their burial sites to Saqqara, while the tomb of the 3rd king, Ninetya, remains undiscovered. The latter half of the dynasty was marked by political turmoil and competing royal lines, with some rulers' names preserved on stone vessels from the 3rd dynasty's step pyramid at Saqqara or in ancient king lists. Among these rival claimants, Peribsen notably adopted the Seth title instead of the traditional Horus designation, likely facing opposition from Horus Khasekhem, known only from Qaum al-Ahmar inscriptions, and bearing the symbolic epithet, effective sandal against evil. The dynasty's final ruler combined both divine titles to become Horus and Seth Khasekhemwi, arising in respect of the 2 powers, with the additional phrase, "the 2 lords are at peace in him." This suggests Khasekhemwi was probably Khasekhem, after successfully defeating his rivals, particularly Peribsen. Both Peribsen and Khasekhemwi constructed tombs at Abydos, with Khasekhemwi also building an impressive brick funerary enclosure near the agricultural lands. The Third Dynasty, c. 2592 c. 2544 BCE. While familial connections existed between Khasekhemwi and the Third Dynasty, the transition is notably marked by the permanent relocation of royal burials to Memphis. The dynasty's first ruler, Sanakte, appears in reliefs at Megara in Sinai. His successor, Djoser, Horus, named Necherikhet, emerged as one of Egypt's most remarkable pharaohs. His step pyramid complex at Saqqara represents both the pinnacle of its era and, as the first monumental stone structure of unprecedented scale, a prototype for future architectural achievements. The pyramid stands within an enclosure far more extensive than Khasekhemwi's at Abydos, featuring stone replicas of ritual structures traditionally made from perishable materials. Its architectural elements like columns, cornices, and mouldings established patterns followed for generations. The construction methods reveal brickwork influences rather than exploiting stone's full structural capabilities. The pyramid's design evolved through multiple phases, from a basic mastaba, a rectangular tomb with subterranean burial chambers common in earlier non-royal contexts, to its final 6-tiered, near-square form. A secondary symbolic tomb with flat superstructure on the enclosure's southern side likely replaced Abydos's traditional royal burial site. Beneath the pyramid, the king and family members were interred alongside tens of thousands of stone vessels, many inscribed with names from the first two dynasties. By preserving ancient forms in stone and incorporating these artifacts, Djoser consciously connected his innovations to Egypt's past. Djoser's legacy endured through later Egyptian history, with his monument becoming a subject of study during the late period. The step pyramid complex preserves the title of Imhotep as a master sculptor, suggesting he may have been its architect. He lived into the following reign. Imhotep's reputation grew over centuries, culminating in his deification as a healing god during the late period. Manetho's historical account links him with writing reforms which may reflect actual developments, as hieroglyphic script underwent simplification and standardization during Djoser's era. Following Djoser, Sekhemkhet planned an even more ambitious step pyramid complex at Saqqara, while a later ruler, Kaba, initiated another at Zawiyat al-Aryan, south of Giza. The final third dynasty, King Huni's burial site, remains unidentified, though he is frequently credited with constructing the Meidum pyramid, more likely the work of his successor, Snefru. Archaeological evidence naming Third Dynasty monarchs has been found from Megara to Elephantine, but no such inscriptions appear in Nubia or the Middle East, suggesting limited foreign engagement during this period. The Third Dynasty's organizational prowess is most clearly demonstrated by its monumental architecture, which powerfully communicates the themes of centralized authority and consolidated power. This centralized control is further evidenced by the archaeological record's relative silence about provincial activity beyond the Memphite region. Only Abydos maintained significance, with 4 massive tombs, likely belonging to high-ranking officials, constructed at nearby Beit Khalaf. Small step pyramids scattered throughout Egypt, some possibly dating to the Fourth Dynasty, represent the only other notable provincial structures from this period. The absence of wealthy provincial tombs suggests resources were systematically funneled to the capital, preventing the emergence of strong local elites. By this time, the rigid nome system that would characterize Old Kingdom administration was already taking shape, potentially contributing to the decline of regional centers through its standardized framework. Meanwhile, the elite tombs at Saqqara, particularly those of Heziri and Kabusokar, housed artistic masterpieces that foreshadowed the cultural achievements of the Old Kingdom period. The Old Kingdom, c. 2543 c. 2120 BCE, and the First Intermediate Period, c. 2118 c. 1980 BCE, The Old Kingdom. The Fourth Dynasty, c. 2543 c. 2436 BCE. The first king of the Fourth Dynasty, Snefru, is credited with constructing the step pyramid at Meidum, which he later modified into the first true pyramid. West of Meidum, he also worked on the small step pyramid at Sayla in Al-Fayyum. At Dashur, Snefru built 2 pyramids. The southern one, known as the Blunted Pyramid, has a unique profile with a shallower angle at the top, possibly due to structural issues or as an intentional design reflecting a solar creation symbol. The northern pyramid, built later, shares the same angle as the Blunted Pyramid's upper section and has a base size second only to the Great Pyramid at Giza. All 3 pyramids were accompanied by mortuary complexes. Snefru's architectural achievements were unparalleled, setting the stage for a century of extraordinary construction. In a broader historical context, the Fourth Dynasty stands out as an exceptional period, marked by the extreme centralization of resources and a disproportionate focus on the king's mortuary monuments, likely at the expense of general living standards. No major Fourth Dynasty sites have been discovered outside the Memphite region. Tomb inscriptions reveal that high-ranking officials were granted estates spread across multiple nomes, particularly in the delta, a strategy that may have prevented the rise of local power centers while promoting intensive land use. Workers on these estates were bound to the land and paid a significant portion of their produce as dues and taxes. The massive construction projects likely relied on drafting large numbers of laborers, probably during the early summer, after the harvest, and during part of the Nile's inundation period. Snefru was the first king whose name was regularly enclosed in a cartouche, an elongated oval that became one of Egypt's most iconic symbols. The cartouche predates Snefru and was depicted as a divine gift, symbolizing a long reign. It soon gained solar associations, making its use by the builder of the first true pyramid, a structure likely imbued with solar symbolism particularly fitting. Snefru's successor, Khufu, Cheops, constructed the Great Pyramid at Giza, Al-Giza, followed by the slightly smaller second pyramid built by his son Khafre, more accurately Rekhaef, known as Chephren in Greek sources, and the Pyramid of Menkaure, Mycerinus. Khufu's son Redjedef began a pyramid at Abu Ruwaish, and another king whose name is uncertain started one at Zawiyat al-Aryan. The last known king of the dynasty, likely followed by one more, Shepseskaf, built a massive mastaba at South Saqqara, making him the only Old Kingdom ruler not to begin a pyramid. These structures, particularly the Great Pyramid, demonstrate extraordinary skill in monumental stone construction, with precisely fitted colossal blocks and remarkable accuracy in surveying and planning. Beyond the monumental scale of the pyramids, the temple complexes connected to them showcase exceptional architectural skill. Khufu's temple and causeway were adorned with impressive reliefs, fragments of which were later reused in the 12th Dynasty Pyramid of Amenemhet I at Al-Lisht. The most iconic Egyptian sculptures, such as Khafre's Great Sphinx at Giza and his striking seated statue carved from Nubian gneiss, date to the mid-4th dynasty. The Giza pyramids are part of a complex of mostly completed monuments surrounded by numerous tombs of the royal family and elite, arranged in orderly, hierarchical patterns. This contrasts with the reign of Snefru, when significant tombs were built at Meidum and Saqqara, while the king was likely buried at Dahshur. At Giza, only the tombs of the highest-ranking officials were decorated, and outside the king's immediate circle, officials had limited freedom of expression. Most top officials were members of the extensive royal family, consolidating power through kinship and other means. However, this did not eliminate factional conflict. Redjedef's complex was deliberately destroyed, likely on the orders of his successor, Khafre. The Palermo stone documents a campaign to Lower Nubia during Snefru's reign, possibly linked to graffiti found in the region. The Egyptians established a settlement at Buhan near the Second Cataract, which lasted for 200 years. Other settlements may have been founded between Buhan and Elephantine. This expansion likely aimed to extend trade routes farther south and create a buffer zone. However, no archaeological evidence of a settled population in Lower Nubia during the Old Kingdom has been found, suggesting that Egyptian presence drained local resources as the provinces were exploited to benefit the king and the elite. Snefru and the Giza pyramid builders were seen as exemplars of a golden age by later generations. Snefru was remembered as a model king, while Khufu and Khafre were reputed to be tyrants, possibly due to the sheer scale of their monuments. Little direct evidence of political or social attitudes survives from the dynasty, partly because writing was only beginning to be used for continuous texts. However, many exceptional works of art were created for kings and the elite, setting standards for future generations. From Redjedef's reign onward, 4th dynasty kings identified themselves as son of Re, the sun god, and sun worship reached its zenith in the 5th dynasty. The 5th dynasty, c. 2435, c. 2306 BCE. The first two kings of the fifth dynasty, Usakaf and Sahur, were sons of Kent-Kawes, a member of the fourth dynasty royal family. The third king, Neferir-Kare, may also have been her son. A Middle Kingdom story claims they were all sons of a priest, of Re, possibly reflecting a tradition that they were devoted sun worshippers, though this likely misrepresents the fourth dynasty kings' beliefs. 6 fifth dynasty kings demonstrated their dedication to the sun god by constructing personal temples for his cult. These temples, 2 of which have been identified, were located similarly to pyramids and likely served both mortuary purposes for the king and honored the sun god. The king's pyramids should thus be understood alongside their sun temples, some of which were richly endowed and staffed by high-ranking officials. Pyramids have been identified for 7 of the 9 fifth dynasty kings located at Saqqara, Usakaf and Unas, the last king, Abu Sur, Sahura, Neferir-Kare, Reneferef, and Noisere, and South Saqqara, Djedkare-Izizi, the 8th king. These pyramids were smaller and less robustly built than those of the 4th dynasty, but the reliefs in their mortuary temples are exceptionally well preserved and of high quality. Sahura's temple reliefs, for example, depict religious scenes related to his afterlife provisions on the interior, while the exterior highlights his historical role and divine connections. Scenes include sea expeditions to Lebanon for timber and military campaigns against Libyans. Although captives are named and totals given with apparent precision, these depictions may not record specific events, as similar motifs and details were repeated over the next 250 years, and Sahur's use of them may not have been the first. Foreign connections during this period were extensive. Goldwork from the 5th dynasty has been found in Anatolia, while stone vases bearing the names of Khafra and Pepi I, 6th dynasty, were discovered at Ptolemaic in Syria, Ebla, which was destroyed around 2250 BCE. The lack of 5th dynasty evidence at the site is likely coincidental. Expeditions to Sinai's turquoise mines continued as before. In Nubia, graffiti and inscribed seals from Buhan attest to Egyptian presence, until late in the dynasty, when control was likely relinquished due to immigration from the south and deserts. Later waves of these immigrants are known as the Nubian Sea Group. From Sahura's reign onward, records document trade with Punt, a semi-legendary region likely in modern-day Eritrea, from which the Egyptians acquired incense, myrrh, and exotic African goods traded from even farther afield. Thus, the reduced scale of royal monuments in Egypt does not indicate a decline in the country's broader influence. High-ranking officials in the 5th dynasty were no longer members of the royal family, though some married princesses. Their positions still depended on the king, and their biographical inscriptions emphasized their service to him, but they also justified their social roles through broader moral principles. They advanced through their careers by acquiring titles in intricate ranked sequences which kings manipulated throughout the 5th and 6th dynasties. This formalization of bureaucracy is mirrored archaeologically by the distribution of elite tombs, which were no longer concentrated near pyramids. Many were built at Giza, but the largest and most elaborate were at Saqqara and Abu Sur. The range of decorated scenes in these tombs expanded over time, though their themes remained consistent. By the end of the 5th dynasty, some officials with strong local ties began constructing tombs in the Nile Valley and Delta, reflecting the elite's gradual shift toward greater independence from royal authority. Insights into the workings of the central administration come from papyri found in the mortuary temples of Neferir-Kare and Reneferef at Abu Sur. These documents reveal sophisticated accounting methods and meticulous record-keeping, detailing the complex redistribution of goods and materials among the royal residents, temples, and officials holding priesthoods. Despite this evidence of detailed organization, the use of papyrus was relatively limited and cannot be compared to the extensive consumption seen in Greco-Roman times. The last three kings of the fifth dynasty, Menkaure, Djedkare-Isesi, and Unas, did not include Re, the sun god's name. In their personal names, Djedkare adopted his name upon accession, and Isesi and Unas did not build solar temples, indicating a slight shift away from the solar cult. This change may be linked to the rise of Osiris, the god of the dead, who first appears in records during Neusera's reign, but likely originated centuries earlier. Unas's pyramid, whose causeway was richly adorned with historical and religious scenes, contains interior inscriptions of spells designed to aid the deceased in the afterlife. These spells, known collectively as the pyramid texts, appear in varying selections in all later Old Kingdom pyramids. Many of the spells predate their inscription, reflecting the growing use of writing rather than a shift in beliefs. The pyramid texts highlight Osiris's importance, at least for the king's journey to the next world, a process fraught with anxiety and requiring elaborate rituals and spells to ensure success. The sixth dynasty, c. 2305 c. 2118 BCE. The transition between Unas, the last king of the fifth dynasty, and Teti, the first king of the sixth dynasty, shows no significant changes. Around Teti's pyramid in northern Saqqara, a cemetery of large tombs was constructed, including those of several viziers. Alongside the tombs near Unas's pyramid, this cemetery represents the final group of private monuments from the Old Kingdom in the Memphite region. Information about the sixth dynasty's political and external affairs is more extensive due to the longer inscriptions left by high officials. While it's unclear whether these accounts reflect conditions in earlier, less documented periods, their existence suggests a growing independence among officials. One such official, Weni, who served under Teti, Pepi I, and Merenre, acted as a special judge in a trial involving a conspiracy within the royal household, led multiple military campaigns in regions east of Egypt or southern Palestine, and organized 2 quarrying expeditions. In the absence of a standing army, Egyptian forces were conscripted from the provinces by officials from local administrative centers and settlements, with additional troops provided by southern allies, and a tribe from the eastern desert. 3 biographies of officials from Elephantine document trading expeditions to the south during the reigns of Pepi I and Pepi II. The exact locations of the regions mentioned are debated, but may have extended as far as the Butana, south of the Fifth Cataract. Some trade routes passed through the western desert, where the Egyptians established an administrative post at Balat in Al-Dakhila Oasis, west of Al-Kharija Oasis. By this time, Egypt no longer controlled Lower Nubia, which was inhabited by the C group and organized into increasingly larger political units, possibly extending to Kerma, south of the Third Cataract. Kerma, the cultural successor to the Nubian A group, became an urban center by the late 3rd millennium BCE and remained Egypt's primary southern neighbor for 7 centuries. Its influence stretched north to the Second Cataract and sometimes beyond. While its southern reach remains unclear, those sites with similar material culture are scattered across the central Sudan. The trend toward decentralization that began in the late 5th dynasty continued into the 6th, particularly during the exceptionally long reign of Pepi II, up to 94 years. Increasingly, officials lived in the provinces, accumulated local offices, and focused on regional concerns, including religious leadership, as reflected in their inscriptions. At the capital, the size and grandeur of cemeteries diminished, and some tombs from the end of the dynasty were decorated only in their underground sections, suggesting a lack of security above ground. Despite this decline, Pepi II's pyramid complex at southern Saqqara, likely completed within the first 30 years of his reign, stands out as the Old Kingdom's last major monument, rivaling earlier structures in artistic achievement. 3 of his queens were buried in small pyramids near his own, the only known queen's monuments inscribed with pyramid texts. The 7th and 8th dynasties, c. 2150–c. 2118 BCE. Pepi II was succeeded by several short-lived rulers, possibly followed by the 7th dynasty mentioned in Manetho's history, though some scholars doubt its existence, and the 8th dynasty, during which King Ebi constructed a small pyramid at southern Saqqara. Several 8th dynasty kings are attested by inscriptions in the temple of Min at Kift, Koptos, in southern Egypt, indicating their rule was acknowledged nationwide. However, the frequent changes in leadership reflect political decline, and the continued acceptance of centralized rule may have been due to the lack of any alternative to kingship. With the end of the 8th dynasty, the Old Kingdom's centralized system collapsed. Around this time, there were reports of famine and local unrest. The country emerged from this period impoverished and fragmented, likely due to a combination of political failure and environmental challenges. At the time, northeastern Africa experienced extreme desiccation, creating conditions similar to today's, and a series of low Nile inundations may have coincided with the decline of central authority. However, these environmental changes are only roughly dated, and their direct connection to the collapse remains unproven. The First Intermediate Period. The 9th dynasty, c. 2118–c. 2080 BCE. After the 8th dynasty, kings from Heracleopolis assumed the throne, making their city the capital, though Memphis remained significant. While these kings were recognized nationwide, inscriptions from southern nomarchs, chief officials of nomes, reveal their rule was largely symbolic. For example, at Dara, north of Asyut, a local ruler named Keti adopted royal titles and built a pyramid with an accompanying elite cemetery. At Al-Mi'ala, south of Luxor, Ankhtifai, nomarch of the Al-Jabalain region, documented his annexation of the Idfu nome and raids in the Theban area. Ankhtifai acknowledged a king named Neferkare but led his own troops in campaigns. Inscriptions from this period often highlight nomarchs' efforts to provide food during famines and improve irrigation. While artificial irrigation was likely, long-established severe poverty and crop failures made such efforts noteworthy. The use of Nubian mercenaries by southern rulers, as recorded in inscriptions, underscores the prevalence of military conflict during this time. The 10th, c. 2080–c. 1980 BCE, and 11th, c. 2080–c. 1940 BCE, dynasties. This period was marked by widespread conflict between rival dynasties based in Thebes and Heracleopolis. The 10th dynasty, likely continuing the line of the 9th, was founded by a ruler named Keti, and the dynasty as a whole was known as the House of Keti. Several Heracleopolitan kings bore the name Keti, while another significant figure was Merikare. The boundary between the two rival realms fluctuated around the Abydos region, but the exact sequence of events during this time remains unclear. Several significant literary texts, such as the Instruction for Merikare, claim to depict the turmoil of the First Intermediate Period, with some attributed to Heracleopolitan kings. These works initially led scholars to propose a cultural renaissance in Heracleopolis, but current research suggests they may date to the Middle Kingdom. If so, they would have been written with the benefit of hindsight, enabling a more critical perspective on the sacred order of the time. Before the 11th dynasty established Thebes as its capital, Armont, Greek Hermonthis, on the Nile's west bank, served as the center of the Theban nome. The dynasty revered the god's father Mentuhotep, likely the father of King Inyotef I, c. 2067 BCE, followed by Inyotef II and Inyotef III, c. 2066-17 and c. 2016-09 BCE, respectively. The next ruler, Mentuhotep II, c. 2009-c. 1959 BCE, throne name Nebepetri, gradually reunified Egypt and expelled the Heracleopolitans, updating his titles to reflect his conquests. Around his 20th regnal year, he adopted the Horus name divine of the White Crown, asserting control over all of Upper Egypt. By his 42nd regnal year, he changed it to Uniter of the Two Lands, reviving a traditional royal epithet with literal significance. Later generations celebrated Mentuhotep as the founder of the Middle Kingdom. His mortuary complex at Deir al-Bahra, which notably lacked a pyramid, inspired Hatshepsut's later structure built nearby. During the First Intermediate Period, a slightly broader segment of the population erected monuments, and the lack of central control made internal conflicts and power struggles visible in public records. Non-royal individuals adopted some royal privileges, such as identification with Osiris in the afterlife, and the use of pyramid texts, which were expanded into a larger collection known as the coffin texts, inscribed on coffins and used into the Middle Kingdom. The Middle Kingdom's unified state embraced these developments, giving it a wider cultural foundation than the Old Kingdom. The Middle Kingdom, c. 1980-c. 1760 BCE, and the Second Intermediate Period, c. 1759-c. 1539 BCE, the Middle Kingdom. Mentuhotep II led campaigns in Lower Nubia, possibly building on efforts initiated by the Inyoteps. His Theban mortuary complex features some of the earliest known depictions of Amon-Re, the dynastic deity of the Middle and New Kingdoms. After his death, Mentuhotep II was deified and venerated, especially in the Aswan area. In his administrative reforms, he aimed to reduce the influence of the nomarchs, but this strategy did not achieve long-term success. Mentuhotep II's successors, Mentuhotep III, c. 1958-47 BCE, and Mentuhotep IV, c. 1947-40 BCE, also ruled from Thebes. Mentuhotep IV's reign aligns with 7 missing years in the Turin canon, and he may have been later regarded as illegitimate. Records from his second regnal year document a quarrying expedition to the Wadi Hammamat, organized by his vizier Amenemhet, who likely ascended to the throne and established the 12th dynasty. The 11th dynasty, with its Theban-centric focus, was not universally embraced, as its monuments and self-representation remained localized. The 12th dynasty, c. 1939-c. 1760 BCE, a text likely used as propaganda during Amenemhet I's reign to c. 1939-10 BCE, describes the period before his rule as one of chaos and despair, with a savior named Amini emerging from the far south. While this portrayal may be exaggerated, it hints at possible armed conflict before he claimed the throne. His mortuary complex at Al-Lisht featured monuments that associated his name with his predecessor. Stylistically, his pyramid and mortuary temple drew inspiration from Pepi II's structures at the end of the Old Kingdom, but the pyramid's mud brick core with a stone casing has left it in poor condition today. Amenemhet I moved the capital back to the Memphite area, founding a royal residence called Itjet Toi, meaning she who takes possession of the two lands, which became the archetype for future royal residences. Itjet Toi was likely located between Memphis and the pyramids of Amenemhet I and Sesostris I, modern Al-Lisht, while Memphis remained the population center. Later in the dynasty, the earliest evidence of a royal palace, not a capital, in the eastern delta appears. The return to Memphis revived Old Kingdom artistic styles, marking a shift back to central traditions that contrasted with the localized styles of the 11th dynasty. Major tombs from the first half of the dynasty, showing significant local independence, are preserved at sites like Beni Hassan, Mir, and Kau. After the second reign, no major private tombs were constructed at Thebes, though several kings made contributions to Theban temples. In his 20th regnal year, Amenemhet I appointed his son Sesostris I, or Senwosret, reigned c. 1910 to c. 1875 BCE, as co-regent, likely to ensure a smooth succession. This practice was repeated in the next two reigns and occasionally in later periods. During their 10-year joint rule, Sesostris conducted campaigns in Lower Nubia, conquering the region up to the central Second Cataract. A series of fortresses were built, and the area was fully occupied, though the local sea group population remained culturally distinct from the Egyptian conquerors. Amenemhet I was apparently murdered, while Sesostris was away on a campaign to Libya, but Sesostris managed to secure the throne without major disruption. He built on his father's accomplishments, though an early inscription recounting his exploits mentions internal unrest. Another inscription from the following reign refers to campaigns in Syria-Palestine during Sesostris's time. Whether these were raids, displays of power, or attempts at conquest in a semi-nomadic region remains unclear. However, it is evident that the traditional view of the Middle Kingdom's limited involvement in the Middle East is inaccurate. In the early 12th dynasty, the written language was standardized into Middle Egyptian, a somewhat artificial form likely distinct from everyday speech. The first datable collection of literary texts was composed in Middle Egyptian, including works that directly address political matters, offering fictional justifications for the reigns of Amenemhet I and Sesostris I. Other texts, attributed to Old Kingdom authors or describing first intermediate period events but written in Middle Egyptian, likely also date to this time. Among these, the Instruction for Merikar, a treatise on kingship and moral duty, is particularly significant. While often used as a historical source for the first intermediate period, it may only preserve a vague memory of those events. Many of these texts were copied well into the New Kingdom. Little is known about the reigns of Amenemhet II, c. 1878-43 BCE, and Sesostris II, c. 1845-37 BCE. Both kings built their pyramids near Al-Fayyum, where they also initiated extensive agricultural development, which peaked under Amenemhet III, c. 1818, c. 1773 BCE. Sesostris III, c. 1837-19 BCE, the most renowned king of the 12th dynasty, expanded Egyptian control to Semna at the southern end of the Second Cataract and conducted campaigns into Palestine. He completed a series of fortresses in the Second Cataract region and was later worshipped as a god at Semna during the New Kingdom. Frequent military campaigns and occupation, lasting over 150 years, necessitated a standing army. This force, possibly established early in the 12th dynasty, is better documented toward its end. It consisted of soldiers, literally citizens, recruited by district along with officers of various ranks. This system differed from New Kingdom military organization and appears to have held relatively low status. The purpose of occupying Lower Nubia is debated, as the fortress's size and the manpower required seemed disproportionate to local threats. An inscription by Sesostris III in the fortresses emphasizes the Nubians' weakness, while boundary markers and papyri indicate the system facilitated trade through the central fortress of Megissa. The Karma state to the south though not yet at its peak, likely controlled vast territories. Egypt's presence in Lower Nubia was likely aimed at securing southern trade routes and countering Khama's influence, with the fortress's scale becoming a goal in itself. Whether Egypt sought to annex Palestine is unknown, but numerous administrative seals from the period have been found there. Sesostris III reorganized Egypt into 4 regions: the northern and southern Nile Valley and the eastern and western delta. Evidence from Abydos and administrative documents from Allahun reveals a pervasive, centralized bureaucracy that later operated independently. The era's prosperity, driven by peace, conquests, and agricultural development, is reflected in royal and minor elite monuments. However, there was no small, powerful, and wealthy elite group like those seen in the Old and New Kingdoms. Sesostris III and Amenemhet III, c. 1818 c. 1773 BCE, left a striking artistic legacy, with statues depicting them as aged and burdened rulers, possibly reflecting the literary theme of the suffering king. This departure from idealized portrayals, likely aimed at bridging the gap between king and subjects after curbing elite power, was not continued in later periods. The reigns of Amenemhet III, Amenemhet IV, c. 1772-64 BCE, and Sebek-Nefru, c. 1763-60 BCE, the first confirmed female monarch, were peaceful. However, the accession of a woman signaled the end of the dynastic line. The 13th dynasty, c. 1759-c. 1630 BCE, and 14th dynasty, c. 1759-c. 1530 BCE, despite maintaining outward forms and the rhetoric of inscriptions from the 12th dynasty, the 13th dynasty saw a complete transformation in kingship. Over slightly more than a century, around 70 kings occupied the throne. Many ruled for only months, and rival claimants likely existed, but the royal residence remained at Idjet-Towi in principle, and the kings nominally ruled the entire country. Egypt retained control of Lower Nubia and its status as the leading power in the Middle East. Numerous private monuments attest to the prosperity of the official classes, and the proliferation of titles reflects their continued expansion. In governance, the vizier became the most important official, with a single family holding the position for much of a century. Immigration from Southwest Asia began in the late 12th dynasty and increased during the 13th. From the late 18th century BCE, the northeastern Nile Delta was settled by successive waves of people from Palestine who maintained their own material culture. Egyptian texts, starting with the instruction for Merikare, warn against the dangers of such infiltration, and its occurrence indicates a weakening of central authority. There may also have been a rival dynasty, the 14th, based at Xois in the north-central delta, but this is known only from Manetho's history and likely had limited local significance. Toward the end of this period, Egypt lost control of Lower Nubia, where the garrisons, previously rotated with fresh troops, settled and were partially assimilated. The Khama state overran and absorbed the region, with some Egyptian officials in the Second Cataract area serving the new rulers. Khama has yielded many Egyptian artifacts, including older items looted from their original contexts. Most were trade goods between the two regions, some likely exchanged for sub-Saharan African imports. Around the end of the Middle Kingdom, and during the Second Intermediate period, Medjay tribesmen from the eastern desert settled in the Nile Valley from Memphis to the Third Cataract. Their presence is marked by distinctive shallow graves with black-topped pottery, often referred to as the Pan-grave culture. They were culturally assimilated during the New Kingdom, but the term Medjay came to mean police or militia, suggesting they initially arrived as mercenaries. The Second Intermediate period. The 15th, c. 1630 c. 1530 BCE, through 17th, c. 1630 c. 1540 BCE, dynasties. The growing competition for power in Egypt and Nubia led to the emergence of two new dynasties. The 15th, known as the Hyksos, c. 1630 c. 1530 BCE, based at Avaris, Tel el-Daba in the Delta, and the 17th, c. 1630 c. 1540 BCE, ruling from Thebes. The term Hyksos derives from an Egyptian phrase meaning ruler of foreign lands and appears in Manetho's account, cited by the Jewish historian Flavius Josephus, 1st century CE, which portrays the Hyksos as sacrilegious invaders who plundered Egypt. However, the Hyksos presented themselves, aside from their title, as Egyptian kings and were largely accepted as such. The main Hyksos line was recognized throughout Egypt and may have held overlordship in Palestine, but they coexisted with other ruling lines, including the 17th dynasty, and minor Hyksos rulers often grouped as the 16th dynasty. The 15th dynasty included 6 kings, with the 5th, Apopis, being the most famous, reigning for up to 40 years. The 17th dynasty had many kings, likely from multiple families. The northern boundary of Theban control was at Al-Qusiyya, though trade continued across the border. Asiatic rule introduced numerous technical and cultural innovations to Egypt, including new musical instruments and foreign loanwords. These changes impacted bronze working, pottery, weaving, and agriculture, with new animal breeds and crops introduced. In warfare, composite bows, new daggers and scimitars, and especially the horse and chariot revolutionized military tactics, though chariots may have been as much a status symbol as a strategic advantage. These advancements brought Egypt, previously technologically behind, up to the level of Southwest Asia. The Hyksos' rule was pivotal in shaping Egypt's later empire in the Middle East by introducing these innovations and expanding its horizons. While the 13th dynasty was relatively prosperous, the second intermediate period may have been marked by economic decline. The cult center of Osiris at Abydos, which produced the largest number of Middle Kingdom monuments, lost prominence, though sites like Thebes, Idfu, and Al-Qawm al-Ahmar have yielded significant, if sometimes crudely crafted, remains. Aside from Avaris, little evidence has emerged from the north under Hyksos rule, making it difficult to assess their impact on the economy or high culture. The second intermediate period resulted from political fragmentation and immigration, rather than economic collapse, unlike the early first intermediate period. The end of the second intermediate period. Toward the end of the 17th dynasty, c. 1545 BCE, the Theban king Seqenenre confronted Apopis, likely dying in battle against him. His successor, Kamose, continued the struggle, declaring in an inscription that it was unacceptable to share Egypt, with an Asiatic ruler, the Hyksos, and a Nubian, the Khmer ruler. By his third regnal year, Kamose had launched raids as far south as the Second Cataract and possibly beyond, and north to the vicinity of Avaris. He also intercepted a letter in the western desert sent from Apopis to the newly enthroned Khmer ruler. By campaigning in both the north and south, Kamose asserted his claim to the territory once ruled by Egypt during the Middle Kingdom. His actions marked a crucial phase in the prolonged effort to expel the Hyksos. The New Kingdom, c. 1539 c. 1077 BCE, the 18th dynasty, c. 1539 c. 1292 BCE, Ahmose. Although Ahmose ruled c. 1539-15 BCE, was preceded by Kamose, who was either his father or brother, Egyptian tradition considers Ahmose the founder of a new dynasty because he reunified Egypt as a native ruler. Following a recent practice, he married his full sister, Ahmose Nofretari, who was given the title of God's wife of Amon. Like her 17th dynasty predecessors, Queen Ahmose Nofretari wielded significant influence and was highly honored. Her importance is evident in her posthumous veneration at Thebes, where, later, pharaohs depicted themselves offering to her as a goddess among the gods. Ahmose's campaigns to expel the Hyksos from the Nile Delta and reclaim southern territories likely began around his 10th regnal year. After destroying the Hyksos stronghold at Avaris in the eastern delta, he pushed them beyond Egypt's eastern frontier and besieged Shahruhen, Tel al-Farah, in southern Palestine. His conquests may have extended even further. His incursions into the Middle East occurred during a period of regional political fragmentation, facilitating the establishment of an Egyptian empire. Ahmose rewarded his officers and soldiers with spoils and captives who were enslaved as personal servants. This practice helped create a powerful military class. Like Kamose, Ahmose campaigned as far south as Buin to administer the reclaimed territories. He established a new office, overseer of southern foreign lands, ranking just below the vizier. The holder of this office was granted the honorific title of king's son, indicating direct accountability to the king as his deputy. The early New Kingdom bureaucracy was modeled on that of the Middle Kingdom. The vizier served as the chief administrator and highest judge. By the mid-15th century BCE, the office was divided into two, with one vizier for Upper Egypt and another for Lower Egypt. During the 18th dynasty, some young bureaucrats were educated in temple schools, strengthening the connection between civil and priestly sectors. Early in the dynasty, many administrative roles were inherited, but later, royal appointment of capable officials, often chosen from military officers who had served the king, became the norm. This shift moved away from hereditary bureaucratic families and the inheritance of office. Amenhotep I. Ahmose's son and successor, Amenhotep I, ruled c. 1514 c. 1494 BCE, extended Egypt's southern frontier to the Third Cataract, near the capital of the Kerma state. He also collected tribute from his Asiatic territories and may have led campaigns in Syria. The rising kingdom of Mitanni in northern Syria, first mentioned on a stela of one of Amenhotep's soldiers and referred to as Nahrin, potentially posed a threat to Egypt's northern conquests. The new kingdom saw heightened devotion to the state god Amon-Ra, whose cult flourished as Egypt grew wealthier from war spoils. Riches were dedicated to the god's treasuries, and the king demonstrated filial piety by constructing sacred monuments. At Thebes, under Amenhotep I, the traditional pyramid-shaped royal tomb was abandoned in favor of rock-cut tombs. With the exception of Akhenaten, all subsequent New Kingdom rulers were buried in hidden tombs in the Valley of the Kings in western Thebes. Royal mortuary temples were built separately at the desert's edge. This innovation may have led to Amenhotep I's later veneration as the patron deity of the workmen who carved and decorated the royal tombs. The exact location of his own tomb remains unknown. Thutmose I and Thutmose II. With no surviving heir, Amenhotep I was succeeded by one of his generals, Thutmose I, ruled c. 1493 c. 1483 BCE, who married his full sister, Ahmose. In the south, Thutmose I defeated the Kerma state and marked the boundary with a rock inscription near Knesset north of the Fifth Cataract, later reaffirmed by Thutmose III. He also led a remarkable campaign into Syria, crossing the Euphrates River and erecting a victory stela near Carchemish. Under Thutmose I, Egypt's conquests in the Middle East and Africa reached their peak, though these territories may not yet have been fully secured. His lesser-known successor, Thutmose II, c. 1480–80 BCE, appears to have continued his policies. Hatshepsut and Thutmose III. At Thutmose II's death, his queen and sister, Hatshepsut, had only a young daughter, while a minor wife had borne him a son. Thutmose III ruled c. 1479–25 BCE, who was very young at his accession. Thutmose III later reclaimed Egypt's Asian empire and became a remarkable ruler. During his early reign, Hatshepsut acted as regent, but between his second and seventh regnal years, she assumed the kingship herself. According to one account, the oracle of Amon proclaimed her king at Karnak, where she was crowned. A more propagandistic version, preserved in texts and reliefs at her mortuary temple at Deir al-Bahra, claims her father, Thutmose I, designated her as his successor, omitting Thutmose II's reign. As king, Hatshepsut became the dominant figure in a joint rule that lasted until her death around 1458 BCE. Monuments from her reign often depict both rulers. She was supported by influential figures, notably Senenmut, the steward and tutor of her daughter Neferure. As king, Hatshepsut adopted the royal titulary but avoided the epithet mighty bull, commonly used by male rulers. While her reliefs and much of her statuary portray her as male, textual references often acknowledge her femininity. In less formal documents she was called King's Great Wife, Queen, while Thutmose III was referred to as King, reflecting the ambiguity of her role. Hatshepsut's temple reliefs highlight peaceful endeavors, such as transporting obelisks for Amon's temple and a trade expedition to Punt. Her artistic style drew inspiration from Middle Kingdom ideals. However, some warlike scenes suggest she may have led a campaign in Nubia. In one inscription, she blamed the Hyksos for the land's poor state before her rule, despite their expulsion decades earlier. During Hatshepsut's reign, Egypt's position in Asia may have weakened due to Mitanni's expansion in Syria. Shortly after her death, the Prince of Kadesh, leading a coalition of 330 Syro-Palestinian rulers, gathered at Megiddo, likely intending to challenge Egypt. The number 330 may symbolize all significant non-Egyptian aligned cities in the region. Notably, Mitanni itself was not directly involved. Thutmose III marched to Gaza and then to Yehem, subduing rebellious Palestinian towns. His annals describe how he overruled his officers' advice and chose a risky route through the Aruna Pass, leading the troops himself. The maneuver succeeded, and the Egyptians defeated the enemy at dawn, besieging Megiddo. Thutmose III coordinated landings of additional forces on the Syro-Palestinian coast, creating a pincer movement. The siege ended with a treaty in which Syrian princes swore allegiance to Egypt. Such oaths were binding only on those who swore them, not their descendants. By the end of the first campaign, Egyptian control extended north to a line between Byblos and Damascus. Although Kadesh's prince remained defiant, Assyria sent lapis lazuli as tribute, and Asian rulers surrendered weapons, including horses and chariots. Thutmose III took few captives, instead appointing local princes to govern and educating their sons in Egypt. Most returned as loyal vassals, though some remained at court. Egypt maintained garrisons to ensure loyalty and collect tribute, but did not establish an elaborate imperial administration in Asia. Thutmose III conducted numerous campaigns in Asia, eventually subduing Kadesh. His ultimate goal was defeating Mitanni. Using the navy to transport troops, he avoided overland marches. His eighth campaign crossed the Euphrates, devastating the countryside near Carchemish, but failing to capture the city. Despite this, Babylonia, Assyria, and the Hittites sent tribute, acknowledging Egyptian dominance. Though Mitanni remained unconquered, Thutmose III solidified Egypt's control. Through relentless campaigning, unlike his predecessors' sporadic efforts, his annals at Karnak are concise and accurate, while other texts, like those at Napata, are more conventional. He may have married 3 Syrian wives, possibly for diplomatic purposes, marking Egypt's entry into Middle Eastern international politics. Thutmose III established true imperial rule in Nubia, turning much of the land into estates for Egyptian institutions. Local cultural traits disappeared, and chiefs' sons were educated in Egypt, with some returning as administrators. Nubian fortresses became administrative centers with open towns and temples honoring the divine king. Lower Nubia supplied gold, stones, and other resources, while farther south provided tropical woods, ivory, and animal products. By the late New Kingdom, Nubia had few prosperous settlements, with many temples built but little trace of local population. Under Thutmose III, Egypt's imperial wealth became evident. Temples were constructed and vast resources were dedicated to Amon-Ra. Many high officials' tombs were built at Thebes, though the capital had moved to Memphis. Thebes remained the religious heart of Egypt. Thutmose III's campaigns required a large military, including officers and chariotry. The king's close ties with his military companions allowed them to gain influence in government. Military officers increasingly held high civil and religious positions, and by the Ramesside period, their power surpassed that of the traditional bureaucracy. Amenhotep II. About 2 years before his death, Thutmose III named his 18-year-old son, Amenhotep II, ruled c. to 1425 c. 1400 BCE, as his co-regent. Shortly before his father's death, Amenhotep II launched a campaign near Kadesh in Syria, where city-states were caught in the power struggle between Egypt and Mitanni. Amenhotep II killed 7 princes and sent their bodies to Egypt, where they were displayed on the walls of Thebes and Napata. In his 7th and 9th regnal years, he conducted additional campaigns into Asia as the Mitannian king pursued a more aggressive policy. The rebellion of Ugarit, a key coastal city, posed a significant threat, as Egyptian control in Syria relied on coastal bases for inland operations and army supply. Ugarit was subdued, and the loyalty of Syrian cities, including Kadesh, was reaffirmed. Thutmose IV. Thutmose IV ruled c. 1400 c. 1390 BCE. The son of Amenhotep II aimed to foster peaceful relations with the Mitannian king Artatama, who had achieved success against the Hittites. Artatama agreed to give his daughter in marriage, likely in exchange for Egypt ceding control of certain Syrian city-states to Mitanni's sphere of influence. Foreign influences during the early 18th dynasty. During the Empire period, Egypt maintained trade connections with Phoenicia, Crete, and the Aegean Islands. Goods acquired through trade were often depicted as foreign tribute in Egyptian records. Theban tombs feature scenes of Syrians carrying Aegean products and Aegeans with Syrian bowls and amphorae, highlighting the close commercial ties between Mediterranean regions. Egyptian ships trading with Phoenicia and Syria extended their routes to Crete and the Aegean, which sometimes led to confusion in Egyptian depictions of products and ethnicities. Silver, scarce in Egypt but abundant in the Aegean, was highly valued, while Egypt's gold was plentiful. The empire's expansion brought a new appreciation for foreign cultures. Not only were foreign objects d'art imported, but Egyptian craftsmen also began imitating Aegean styles. Imported textiles influenced the ceiling designs of Theban tomb, chapels, and Aegean spiral motifs inspired Egyptian artists. Under Amenhotep II, Asian deities like Astarte and Reshef gained reverence in Egypt, Astarte for her associations with warfare, medicine, love and fertility, and Reshef for his martial prowess. Over time, some Asian gods were equated with Egyptian deities. Astarte was linked to Sekhmet, the goddess of pestilence, and Reshef to Mont, the war god. Just as Asians living in Egypt were integrated into society and could attain high positions, their gods, though depicted as foreign, were worshipped using Egyptian rituals. This shift away from isolationism and toward a more cosmopolitan religious outlook is also reflected in hymns praising Amun-Re's care for the well-being of Asians. Amenhotep III. Thutmose IV's son, Amenhotep III, ruled c. 1390–53 BCE, became king around the age of 12 and soon married Ti, who became his queen. Earlier in the dynasty, military men had served as royal tutors, but Ti's father was a chariotry commander, further linking the royal family to military influence. In his 5th year, Amenhotep III claimed victory over Kushite rebels, though the viceroy of Kush likely led the campaign. This expedition may have reached the Butana west of the Atbara River, marking the farthest south any Egyptian military had ventured. Several temples built by Amenhotep III in Upper Nubia between the 2nd and 3rd cataracts highlight the region's importance. Peaceful relations with Southwest Asia were maintained, with Egypt successfully controlling its vassals. A commemorative scarab from his 10th year announced the arrival of the Mitannian princess Gilukhepa, accompanied by 317 women, solidifying friendly ties through a diplomatic marriage. Another Mitannian princess later joined his harem, and during his final illness, the Hurrian goddess Ishtar of Nineveh was sent to aid him. Military men increasingly held high administrative roles, overshadowing older bureaucratic families and the tradition of inherited office. Among the most influential was Amenhotep, son of Hapu, an aged scribe and commander of elite troops, whose reputation as a sage endured into the Ptolemaic period. Amenhotep III undertook colossal building projects, particularly in Thebes. At Karnak, he erected the massive third pylon, and at Luxor he dedicated a grand new temple to Ammon. His mortuary temple in western Thebes was unparalleled in size, though little remains today except the famous Colossi of Memnon. He also constructed a vast harbour and palace complex nearby. Some colossal statues became objects of public veneration, allowing people to appeal to the king's ka, symbolizing the transcendent aspect of kingship. Statues of Amenhotep, son of Hapu, were placed in Karnak to mediate between supplicants and the gods. High-ranking officials at Thebes included men of Lower Egyptian origin who built large, elaborately decorated tombs. These tombs display an eclectic style, with some scenes inspired by Old Kingdom reliefs. The earliest significant New Kingdom monuments from Memphis also date to his reign. Amenhotep III's antiquarianism is evident in his Sed festivals, renewal rituals celebrated after 30 years of rule, held at his Theban palace and claimed to follow ancient writings. Queen Ti played a prominent role in these ceremonies, far exceeding the influence of earlier queens. Amenhotep III's final years were marked by poor health. His mummy and informal depictions from Amarna suggest he was obese when he died in his 38th regnal year. He was succeeded by his son Amenhotep IV, ruled c. 1353–36 BCE, one of Egypt's most controversial kings. Amenhotep IV Akhenaten. The earliest monuments of Amenhotep IV, who changed his name to Akhenaten, one useful to Aten, in his 5th regnal year, are conventional in style and iconography. However, from the start, he gave the sun god a didactic title referencing Aten, the solar disk. This title was later inscribed within cartouches like a king's name. Akhenaten declared his religious allegiance by uniquely adopting the title High Priest of the Sun God. The term Aten had long been used, but under Thutmose IV it was referred to as a god, and under Amenhotep III such references increased. Thus, Akhenaten did not create a new deity but emphasized this aspect of the sun god above others. He further developed radical trends in solar religion, presenting the sun god as the sole benefactor of the world, free from traditional mythology. Akhenaten's own divinity was highlighted. The Aten was his father, whom only he knew, and they shared the status of king, celebrating jubilees together. In his first 5 years, Akhenaten built numerous temples to the Aten, the most significant within the Karnak precinct of Amon-Re. These open-air structures featured a new, highly stylized form of relief and sculpture. The Aten was depicted not in human form but as a solar disk with rays ending in hands offering the hieroglyph for life to the king and his family. During this construction, the cults of Amun and other gods were halted, and the Aten's open-air worship replaced Amun's, who had resided in Karnak's dark shrine. Akhenaten's wife, Nefertiti, whom he married before his reign, was prominently featured in the reliefs and had a dedicated shrine without images of the king. Her influence grew significantly throughout much of the reign. Around the time he changed his name, Akhenaten moved the capital to a new site at Amarna, Tel El Amarna, Al-Amarina, in Middle Egypt. There he built Akhetaten, the horizon of Aten, a meticulously planned city with temples to the Aten, palaces, official buildings, villas for the elite, and extensive residential areas. Tombs for courtiers were carved into the eastern desert cliffs, and the royal tomb was prepared in a secluded wadi. The tomb reliefs and stelae provide invaluable insights into life at Amarna, depicting the royal family with unprecedented intimacy. In Akhenaten's 9th year, the Aten was given a more monotheistic didactic name, and a fierce persecution of older gods, especially Amun, began. Amun's name was erased from many monuments across Egypt, and occasionally the word gods was removed entirely. Akhenaten's religious and cultural reforms were deeply personal, as he played a direct role in shaping the principles of the Aten faith and the artistic style of the Amarna period. His religious vision emphasized the sun's vital force, and this theme was reflected in the decorative elements of Amarna's architecture, where naturalistic imagery adorned walls and even floors. The king's influence extended to court appointments, with titles given to officials he selected from lower social ranks, including the military. Few appointees came from the old ruling class, and some early courtiers lost favor and were removed from their positions. Despite these sweeping changes, the new religious movement struggled to gain traction beyond the elite, as evidenced by the discovery of numerous small artifacts at Amarna that reflect adherence to older traditions. Akhenaten's revolutionary goals are evident in all his actions. In art, he revised many existing conventions to emphasize a break with tradition. This approach was necessary because traditional values were deeply embedded in cultural expression. To change one aspect, the entire system had to be transformed. A key innovation was the introduction of vernacular forms into the written language. This shift eventually led to the use of contemporary verbal forms in monumental inscriptions. The vernacular of the New Kingdom, now called Late Egyptian, became fully developed in letters from the later 19th and 20th dynasties. Akhenaten's foreign policy and military actions are less clear. He conducted a minor campaign in Nubia. In the Middle East, Egypt's control over its territories weakened, though the cuneiform tablets from Amarna documenting his diplomacy are hard to interpret, as vassals often exaggerated their troubles. One cause of regional unrest was Mitanni's decline and the Hittites' resurgence. Between Akhenaten's reign and the end of the 18th dynasty, Egypt lost much of its territory in Syria. The aftermath of Amarna. Akhenaten had 6 daughters with Nefertiti and possibly a son, perhaps by a secondary wife, Kia. Either Nefertiti or Tutankhamun's widow reportedly asked the Hittite king Suppiluliumus for a consort, as no suitable Egyptian candidate could be found. A Hittite prince was sent but was murdered upon arriving in Egypt, marking the absence of a diplomatic marriage involving a foreign man in Egyptian history. After the brief reign of Smenkhkare, c. 1336–34 BCE, possibly Akhenaten's son Tutankhaten, a 9-year-old, ascended the throne and married Ankhesenpaten, Akhenaten's 3rd daughter. Around his 3rd regnal year, Tutankhaten moved the capital to Memphis, abandoned the Aten cult, and changed his and the queen's names to Tutankhamun and Ankhesenamen. An inscription from Tutankhamun's reign describes the Amarna period as a time of misery and divine abandonment. These changes, enacted in the young king's name, were likely orchestrated by high officials, particularly I, titled God's Father, who served as vizier and regent, and the general Horemheb, who acted as royal deputy. Horemheb's tomb at Saqqara features striking scenes of Asiatic captives being presented to the king. Just as Akhenaten had reinterpreted the religious ideas of his time, the reaction to Amarna's religion was shaped by the rejected doctrine. The new theology emphasized that all gods were essentially 3, Amun, Re, and Ptah, later including Seth, and ultimately they were one. The earliest evidence of this triad appears on a trumpet from Tutankhamun's tomb, linked to the naming of 3 army divisions after these gods, showing the integration of religious and secular life. This focus on a few essential deities may have influenced the piety of the Ramesside period, as both viewed the cosmos as deeply infused with the divine. Under Tutankhamun, significant building projects were undertaken in Thebes. His Luxor colonnade features detailed reliefs of the Opet festival, and another structure, now fragmented, was decorated with warlike scenes. He affirmed his legitimacy by referencing Amenhotep III, whom he called his father. Tutankhamun's modern fame stems from the discovery of his lavish burial in the Valley of the Kings. His tomb's treasures of varying artistic quality surpass fragments from other royal burials, showcasing Egypt's wealth at its imperial peak. And Horemheb. Tutankhamun's funeral, around 1323 BCE, was overseen by his successor, the elderly I, ruled 1323–20 BCE, who was later succeeded by Horemheb. Horemheb likely ruled from c. 1319 to c. 1292 BCE, though the exact length of his poorly documented reign is uncertain. Horemheb dismantled many monuments built by Akhenaten and his successors, using the blocks as fill for massive pylons at Karnak. At Karnak and Luxor, he repurposed Tutankhamun's reliefs by replacing the latter's cartouches with his own. Horemheb appointed new officials and priests, selecting them from the military rather than established families. His policies focused on domestic issues, including issuing police regulations to address misconduct by palace officials and personnel. He also reformed the judicial system, reorganizing the courts and appointing new judges. The Ramesside period, 19th and 20th dynasties, c. 1292 c. 1077 BCE. Horemheb was the first post-Amarna king recognized as legitimate by the 19th dynasty, which regarded him as the founder of a new era. The reigns of the Amarna pharaohs were eventually absorbed into his own, erasing any official record of what Later generations considered an unorthodox and undesirable period. Without a son, Horemheb chose his general and vizier Ramses to succeed him. Ramses I and Seti I. Ramses I ruled c. 1292–91 BCE, came from the eastern Nile Delta, marking a political shift toward the Delta with the 19th dynasty. He was succeeded by his son and corregent, Seti I, who ensured his father's burial and constructed mortuary buildings for him at Thebes and Abydos. Seti I ruled c. 1290–79 BCE, was a skilled military leader who restored Egypt's authority over its weakened empire in the Middle East. With the Mitanni state dismantled and the Hittites rising as the dominant power in Asia, Seti first secured Egypt's position by fighting nomads and Palestinian city-states to the south. Following Thutmose III's strategy, he secured coastal cities and captured Kadesh. Although he achieved success against the Hittites, Egypt gained only temporary control over parts of northern Syria. A treaty was signed with the Hittites, but they later pushed south and reclaimed Kadesh by the time of Ramses II. Seti I also addressed a new threat by defeating Libyans attempting to invade the Delta. Additionally, he led a southern campaign, likely reaching the Fifth Cataract region. Seti I's reign drew inspiration from the mid-18th dynasty and was a period of significant prosperity. He restored many monuments defaced during the Amarna period, and the refined decoration of his monuments, especially his temple at Abydos, reflects a classicizing trend. He also commissioned innovative reliefs depicting his campaigns, notably on the north wall of the Great Hypostyle Hall at Karnak. This artistic diversity characterizes the Ramesside period, which was culturally and ethnically pluralistic. Ramses II. Long before his death, Seti I named his son Ramses II, often called Ramses the Great, as crown prince. During Ramses II's lengthy reign, c. 1279–13 BCE, he undertook extensive building projects, from religious structures across Egypt and Nubia to a new cosmopolitan capital, Per Ramessu, in the eastern delta. His cartouches were carved widely, often on earlier monuments. Ramses II's preference for adorning vast temple walls with battle scenes creates the impression of a mighty warrior king. However, his campaigns were relatively few, and after the first decade, his reign was largely peaceful. The most famous depictions record the Battle of Kadesh, fought in his fifth regnal year. These scenes and accompanying texts portray the battle as an Egyptian victory, though the Hittite coalition performed equally well. After this stalemate, his officers advised peace, stating, "There is no reproach in reconciliation when you make it." In later years, Ramses II campaigned in Syria, and after a decade of deadlock, a treaty was signed with Hattusilis III, the Hittite king, in his 21st year. The rise of Assyria and unrest in western Anatolia prompted the Hittites to accept the treaty, while Ramses II may have been concerned about a new Libyan threat to the western delta. Both Egyptian and Hittite versions of the treaty survive. It included a pledge to end hostilities, a mutual defense pact against external attacks and internal rebellions, and the extradition of fugitives. The gods of both nations were invoked as witnesses. The treaty was further solidified 13 years later by Ramses II's marriage to a Hittite princess. Ramses II had a large family with his many wives, among whom Nefertari held a special place. He dedicated a temple to her at Abu Simbel in Nubia and built an elaborate tomb for her in the Valley of the Queens. For the first time in over a millennium, princes were prominently featured on monuments. Ramses II's fourth surviving son, Khemwes, gained fame as the high priest of Ptah at Memphis. He restored numerous Old Kingdom monuments, including pyramids and pyramid temples, and constructed buildings near the Serapeum at Saqqara. Celebrated as a sage and magician into Roman times, he became the hero of a cycle of stories. Merneptah. Ramses II's 13th son, Merneptah, ruled c. 1213–03 BCE, succeeded him. Several of Merneptah's inscriptions, notable for their literary style, describe an invasion of the western delta in his 5th year by Libyans, supported by peoples migrating from Anatolia to Libya in search of new lands. The Egyptians defeated this coalition and settled captives in military camps to serve as mercenaries. One inscription concludes with a victory poem referring to another battle, famous for the line, "Israel is desolated and has no seed." This is the earliest known reference to Israel, and it is widely believed that the Jewish exodus from Egypt occurred during Ramses II's reign. Merneptah managed to retain most of Egypt's territories, though early in his reign he had to reaffirm Egyptian control over Palestine, destroying Gaza in the process. Peaceful relations with the Hittites and adherence to Ramses II's treaty are evidenced by Merneptah sending grain to them during a famine and providing military aid to protect Hittite possessions in Syria. Last years of the 19th dynasty. After Merneptah's death, rival factions within the royal family vied for power. His son, Seti II, ruled c. 1202 1198 BCE, faced a usurper, Amenmeses, who rebelled in Nubia and gained control of Upper Egypt. Seti II's successor, Siptah, was placed on the throne by Bey, a Syrian royal butler who had risen to become Egypt's chancellor. Siptah was followed by Seti II's widow, Tauset, who ruled as king from c. 1192 to c. 1191 BCE and dated her reign from Seti II's death, restoring his name over Siptah's. A later papyrus describes the dynasty's end, referencing a Syrian usurper, likely Bey, who imposed heavy taxes and neglected temple offerings, treating the gods as mortals. The early 20th dynasty, Setnacht and Ramses III. Order was restored by Setnacht, ruled c. 1190–88 BCE, a man of obscure origins who founded the 20th dynasty. He appropriated Tauset's tomb in the Valley of the Kings, and an inscription from his reign recounts his efforts to pacify the land, which succeeded by his second regnal year. Setnacht's son, Ramses III, ruled EC 1187–57 BCE, was the last great king of the New Kingdom. Evaluating his achievements is challenging because he emulated Ramses II, copying scenes and texts from Ramses II's reign. In his mortuary temple at Madinat Habu, one of the best preserved temples of the empire period. As a result, the historicity of some Nubian and Syrian wars depicted as his accomplishments is questionable. However, he fought decisive battles, including a victory in his 5th year against a large-scale Libyan invasion of the Delta, where thousands of enemies perished. A greater threat emerged from the north, where a confederation of sea peoples advanced toward Egypt by land and sea. This alliance of obscure tribes moved south after the fall of the Hittite Empire. In his 8th regnal year, Ramses III defeated them in 2 key battles, a land engagement in Palestine and a naval clash at one of the delta's mouths. These victories spared Egypt from the political upheaval and rapid technological changes of the early Iron Age in the Middle East. Forced away from Egypt, the Sea Peoples sailed westward, with some groups possibly giving their names to the Sicilians, Sardinians and Etruscans. The Philistines and Checa, who arrived by land, were settled in southern Palestine to protect trade routes but later became independent. Ramses III used some of these peoples as mercenaries, even against their own kin. In his 11th year, he repelled another major Libyan invasion by the Meshwesh, settling prisoners in military camps. Their descendants later gained political influence due to their ethnic cohesion and military role. Egypt's economic resources were declining during this period. Under Ramses III, the estate of Amun received only 1/5 of the gold it had in Thutmose III's time. Even at Madinat Habu, the masonry quality reflects this decline. Administrative inefficiency and economic struggles led to delays in delivering grain rations to necropolis workers, sparking demonstrations and the first recorded strikes in history. These protests continued sporadically throughout the dynasty. Another internal crisis arose in the royal harem, where a minor queen plotted to assassinate Ramses III to place her son on the throne. The conspiracy involved palace and harem, staff, government officials, and army officers. A special court of 12 judges tried the accused, who were sentenced to death. The Ramesside period produced many literary works. Earlier Middle Egyptian texts were copied in schools and on papyrus, while new compositions were written in late Egyptian. Notable among these are stories with mythological or allegorical themes, drawing on folk traditions rather than the elaborate literary styles of the Middle Kingdom. Ramses IV. Ramses III was succeeded by his son, Ramses IV, ruled c. 1156–50 BCE. In an act of piety and to strengthen his legitimacy, Ramses IV commissioned a lengthy papyrus documenting Ramses III's confirmation of temple holdings across Egypt. Ramses III had made significant donations to Theban temples, including land and personnel. Most of these grants likely affirmed earlier endowments, with each king adding his own contributions. The document reveals that 86% of the annual silver income and 62% of the grain allocated to temples went to Amun. This highlights the economic power of Theban temples, as Amun's vast landholdings employed a large portion of the population. However, the ratio of temple to state income remains unclear, as the two were not administratively separate. Additionally, the temple of Amun included Ramses III's mortuary temple, as he was deified as a form of Amun-Re, known as imbued with eternity. The later Ramesside kings. The Ramesside period saw the rise of powerful high priestly families, which kings occasionally countered by appointing outsiders to the high priesthood. One such family emerged in Thebes during the late 19th dynasty. Ramses IV attempted to control it by appointing Ramessesnacht, the son of a royal steward, as Theban high priest. Ramessesnacht was involved in both administrative and religious affairs, leading expeditions to the Wadi Hammamat quarries and overseeing the distribution of rations to workers decorating royal tombs. Under Ramses V, ruled c. 1149–6 BCE, Ramessesnacht's son held multiple roles, including steward of Amun, administrator of royal lands, and chief taxing master. This family gained significant control over Amun's wealth and state finances, though its impact on royal authority remains unclear. Much of this evidence comes from Thebes, creating a biased perspective, as records from Lower Egypt, where the king resided, are scarce due to poor preservation conditions. A lengthy papyrus from Ramses V's reign provides insights into land ownership and taxation. Most land in Ramesside Egypt belonged to the state and temples, with peasants typically serving as tenant farmers. Some scholars interpret this document as evidence that the state retained the right to tax temple property, estimated at 1/10 of the harvest. Ramses VI, ruled c. 1145–39 BCE, likely a son of Ramses III, appropriated much of his predecessor's work, including Ramses V's tomb. A papyrus hints at possible civil strife in Thebes. After Ramses III's death and the upheavals of the Late Bronze Age, Egypt's Asian empire quickly declined. Ramses VI was the last king mentioned at the Sinai turquoise mines. The next two Ramses, ruled c. 1138–30 BCE, were obscure rulers, with their sequence debated. During the reigns of Ramses IX, ruled c. 1129–11 BCE, and Ramses XI, c. 1110–07 BCE, papyri frequently mention disruptions caused by Libyan raids near the Theban necropolis. By Ramses IX's time, the Theban high priest wielded significant local influence, though he remained subordinate to the king. By Ramses XI's 19th regnal year, Herihor, the new high priest of Ammon, who also claimed the vizierate and viceroyalty of Kush, controlled Thebes. At the Temple of Khons in Karnak, Herihor was depicted as high priest alongside Ramses XI, but later scenes show him as king, excluding Ramses XI. Herihor's kingship was limited to Thebes, where the era was termed a repeating of royal manifestations lasting a decade. With the empire's decline, the supply of silver and copper ceased, and gold inflows diminished significantly. During Ramses IX's reign, western Thebes saw widespread tomb robberies, targeting both royal and noble burials. This looting continued under Ramses XI, even stripping royal mortuary temples of valuables. Nubian troops called to restore order contributed to the destruction. The influx of stolen gold and silver temporarily boosted the economy, raising copper prices and lowering grain costs. The rise of priestly power coincided with growing religiosity. Private tombs, once decorated with secular scenes, now featured only religious imagery. Oracles were consulted for decisions, and private letters frequently mentioned prayers and temple visits. The common phrase, "I am all right today, tomorrow is in the hands of God," reflects the era's fatalistic ethos. This outlook, emphasizing the unpredictability of divine will, is also seen in late New Kingdom instruction, texts which contrast with Middle Kingdom works by adopting a more passive, quietist tone. Some Ramesside religious materials show changes in display conventions, while others have no earlier parallels, indicating a real shift in society. Egyptian values, once centralized and political, became more localized and deeply religious, with temples serving as the primary institutions. While Ramses XI still ruled, Herihor died and was succeeded as high priest by Pianch, another military figure. Letters from Thebes describe Pianch's campaign in Nubia against the former viceroy of Kush, as Egypt neared losing control of the south. After Ramses XI's death, Smendes, governor of Tanis, became king, founding the 21st Tanite dynasty. Egypt from 1076 BCE to the Macedonian Invasion. The Third Intermediate Period, c. 1076–723 BCE. The 21st Dynasty. At the end of the New Kingdom, Egypt was divided. The north was ruled by the Tanite 21st Dynasty, c. 1076–c. 944 BCE, while much of the southern Nile Valley came under the control of Theban priests, with their northern boundary at the fortress town of Al-Haba. Despite this division, there is no evidence of conflict between the priests and the Tanite kings. Documents, even from Thebes, were dated according to Tanite reigns, and close family ties likely existed between the kings and Thebans. Pianch's son, Pinugem I, who left the role of high priest to become king at Thebes, was probably the father of the Tanite king Susenes I. Both the Theban priestly line and the Tanite royal line included members with Libyan names. With the rise of the new dynasty and possibly earlier, the Meshwesh Libyan military elite, settled mainly in the north by Ramses III, began to integrate into the ruling class, though they did not dominate until the 22nd dynasty. From Herihor onward, the high priests of the 21st dynasty focused on the pious rewrapping and reburial of New Kingdom royal mummies. The systematic removal of goods from royal tombs during the 20th dynasty necessitated transferring the royal remains to two caches, the tomb of Amenhotep II and a cliff tomb at Deir al-Bahr, where they remained undisturbed until modern times. The dockets from these reburials provide important chronological data for the 21st dynasty. The tombs of King Susenes I, ruled c. 1051-06 BCE, and his successor Amenemope, ruled c. 102c. 993 BCE, were discovered at Tanis, though little is known about their reigns. This period saw the reuse of earlier materials, with statues and sarcophagi being repurposed. For example, Pinujum I, who decorated the Khon's temple facade at Karnak, usurped a colossal statue of Ramses II and Susenes I. First's sarcophagus at Tanis was originally carved for Merneptah at Thebes. Much of the material at Tanis was transported from other sites, particularly Per Ramesu. After the collapse of Egypt's Asian empire, the Kingdom of Israel emerged under Kings David and Solomon. During David's reign, Philistia acted as a buffer between Egypt and Israel. However, after David's death, Solomon, the penultimate king of the 21st dynasty, invaded Philistia and captured Giza. If Egypt intended to attack Israel, Solomon's power deterred Solomon, who instead gave Giza to Israel as a dowry for his daughter's marriage to Solomon. This marked a significant decline in Egypt's foreign influence compared to the era of Amenhotep III, who had famously declared, "From of old, a daughter of the king of Egypt has not been given to anyone." Libyan rule, the 22nd and 23rd dynasties. The fifth king of the 21st dynasty, Osorkon I, ruled c. 992-c. 987 BCE, was of Libyan descent and likely an ancestor of the 22nd dynasty, which emerged a generation later. From Osorkon's time to the 26th dynasty, prominent Libyans in Egypt retained their names and ethnic identity, though they embraced Egyptian culture. While political structures differed from the New Kingdom, the Libyans were culturally Egyptian, preserving only their group identity, names, and possibly a military ethos. Toward the end of the 21st dynasty, the Libyan leader of Bubastis, Sheshonq I, the biblical Shishak, secured privileges from King Susenes II, ruled c. 967-c. 944 BCE, and the oracle of Ammon for his father's mortuary cult. At Abydos, the oracle extended blessings not only to Sheshonq and his family, but also, notably, to his army. With strong military support, Sheshonq eventually claimed the throne, founding the 22nd dynasty, c. 943-c. 746 BCE. Military controls were established, with Libyan-led garrisons suppressing local uprisings, giving the state a more feudal structure. The dynasty sought to strengthen ties with Thebes through political marriages with priestly families. Sheshonq's son Osorkon married Susenes II's daughter, and their son became high priest at Karnak. By appointing their sons as high priests and encouraging such marriages, kings aimed to unify the country administratively. However, conflicts arose over the direct appointment of Theban high priests from among the sons of Libyan kings and the inheritance of the position by men of mixed Theban and Libyan descent. These tensions were fueled by Theban resentment of the northern dynasty. During Takelot II's reign, disputes over the high priesthood led to civil war in Thebes. The king's son Osorkon was appointed high priest, and managed to restore some order during his visits, though he was repeatedly driven from the position. The 22nd dynasty initially revived Egyptian influence in Palestine. After Solomon's death, c. 936 BCE, Sheshonq I invaded Palestine and plundered Jerusalem. This success bolstered Egypt's prestige, which lasted into the reign of Asorkon II, ruled c. 872 c. 842 BCE. By the time of Asorkon III, c. 780 BCE, the threat of Libyan incursions in the western delta may have forced Egypt to withdraw from Palestine. The latter part of the dynasty saw the fragmentation of Egypt, with Libyan chiefs ruling numerous local areas. At times, as many as 6 local rulers governed simultaneously. This fragmentation, most pronounced in the delta, was accompanied by increased urbanization. Meanwhile, a separate 23rd dynasty was recognized in Thebes. From the 9th century BCE, a Kushite state emerged in the Sudan, drawing on Egyptian traditions from the New Kingdom colonial period. Centered around Napata, the state's earliest known ruler was Alara, whose devotion to Ammon is recorded in inscriptions. His successor, Kashta, advanced into Upper Egypt, forcing Asorkon IV, ruled c. 730 BCE, to retreat to the delta. Kashta assumed the title of king and compelled Asorkon IV's daughter, Shepenweb I, the god's wife of Ammon at Thebes, to adopt his daughter Ammonides I as her successor. The Kushites emphasized the role of the god's wife of Ammon, who was seen as Ammon's consecrated partner, and sought to bypass the high priests. The 24th and 25th dynasties. Meanwhile, Tanis, the eastern capital in the Nile Delta, declined in importance as Sais in the western delta rose to prominence. A Libyan prince of Sais, Tefnakte, sought to control all of Egypt and advance southward to Heracleopolis after capturing Memphis. His progress was halted by the Kushite ruler Piye, now the accepted reading of Pianki, ruled c. 753 c. 723 BCE, who launched a raid as far north as Memphis and secured the submission of northern rulers around 730 BCE. Piye's victory, Stela portrays him as adhering strictly to Egyptian traditions and restoring values against contemporary decline. After Piye returned to Kush, Tefnakte reasserted his authority in the north. According to Manetho, he was succeeded by his son Bokoris, who became the sole king of the 24th dynasty, c. 736 c. 723 BCE. Meanwhile, Piye's brother Shabaka established the rival 25th dynasty and unified all of Egypt under his rule, c. 722 c. 707 BCE. He executed Bokoris by burning him alive and eliminated other claimants to the throne. During this period, Egypt's internal politics were influenced by the expanding Assyrian Empire. In Palestine and Syria, frequent revolts against Assyria were supported by Egyptian forces. However, Egypt and Nubia struggled against Assyrian power due to fragmented politics and divided loyalties. The early reign of King Taharqa, ruled 664 BCE, Shabaka's second son, who succeeded his brother Shebitku, ruled c. 706 c. 690 BCE, was prosperous. However, tensions with Assyria escalated. In 671 BCE, the Assyrian king Esarhaddon invaded Egypt, forcing Taharqa to retreat to Upper Egypt. 2 years later, Taharqa reclaimed a devastated Memphis, but in 667 BCE, Esarhaddon's successor Ashurbanipal pushed Taharqa back to Thebes, where the Kushites held their ground. Taharqa's successor, Tanutamon, defeated a coalition of Delta princes allied with Assyria at Memphis. In response, Ashurbanipal sacked Thebes, humiliating the city. By 656 BCE, the Kushites had withdrawn from Egyptian politics, though their Culture endured in the Sudanese, Napatan, and Meroitic kingdoms for another millennium. The late period, 664–332 BCE. Assyria, unable to maintain a large military presence in Egypt, supported several Delta vassal princes, including the influential Psamtik I of Sais. However, Assyria faced pressing issues closer to home, allowing Psamtik I, or Psammetichus I, ruled 664–610 BCE, to declare independence and extend his rule over all Egypt with minimal conflict, marking the start of the VIII 26th dynasty. In 656 BCE, Psamtik I secured Thebes' submission. He allowed Montemhat, the mayor and fourth prophet of Amon, to retain his position and accommodated pro-Kushite sentiments by permitting the god's wife of Amon and the votaress of Amon, sister and daughter of the late King Taharka, to remain. Psamtik I's daughter, Nitocris, was adopted by the votaress of Ammon, ensuring her succession as God's wife. The Scythe dynasty's superior army, composed of Libyan soldiers called machimoi, or warriors by the Greeks, and Greek and Carian mercenaries, was key to resolving internal conflicts. Greek pirates raiding the Nile Delta were recruited into Psamtik I's army and settled in strategic northeastern border colonies. Trade flourished between Egypt and Greece, attracting more Greek settlers. The Scythe dynasty generally avoided territorial expansion, focusing on maintaining the status quo. As Assyria's power declined, Psamtik I marched into Philistia in 675 BCE to pursue the Assyrians and repelled Scythians from Egypt's frontier in 620 BCE. Under his son Necho II, 610–595 BCE, Egypt supported Assyria as a buffer against the Medes and Babylonians. Necho achieved success in Palestine and Syria until 605 BCE, when Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon defeated Egyptian forces at Carchemish. After withdrawing from Asia, Necho focused on commerce, exporting grain to Greece in exchange for silver. He also expanded the navy and began constructing a canal linking the Nile to the Red Sea. Psamtik II, ruled 595–589 BCE, campaigned through the Napatan kingdom using Greek and Carian mercenaries, who left inscriptions at Abu Simbel. Simultaneously, the names of Kushite rulers were erased from Egyptian monuments. Psamtik II also led an expedition to Phoenicia, accompanied by priests, though its purpose, military or diplomatic, remains unclear. Apries, ruled 589–570 BCE, attempted unsuccessfully to challenge Babylonian dominance in Palestine and Syria. After Egyptian forces withdrew, Nebuchadnezzar destroyed Jerusalem's temple in 586 BCE, prompting many Jews to flee to Egypt, where some joined the Persian occupying army. Apries' army later suffered defeat in Libya after attacking the Greek colony at Cyrene, 620 miles, 1,000 kilometers west of the Nile Delta, leading to a mutiny and civil war. Amasis, or Ahmose II, ruled 575–526 BCE, seized the throne, exiling Apries. 2 years later, Apries invaded with Babylonian support but was defeated and killed by Amasis, who nevertheless buried him with full honors. Amasis adopted a more conservative foreign policy during his prosperous reign. To ease tensions between Greeks and Egyptians, he relocated Greeks from military colonies to Memphis, where they formed a royal guard. He restricted Greek trade to Sais, Memphis, and Naucratis, the latter becoming the sole port for Greek goods, ensuring tax collection. Naucratis thrived, and Amasis was celebrated by the Greeks as a benefactor. He supported a declining Babylonia against Persia, but 6 months after his death in 526 BCE, Persian king Cambyses II, ruled as pharaoh 525–5522 BCE, invaded Egypt, reaching Nubia in 525 BCE. The Sate kings, like others in the Middle East, employed foreign mercenaries to prevent invasions. However, some Egyptians resisted foreign influence, fostering a nationalism that provided psychological security during political instability. A cultural revival began in the 25th dynasty and continued through the 26th. Temples and priesthoods dominated society, with elites emphasizing priestly titles in inscriptions while likely holding administrative roles. People across Egypt dedicated land to temple endowments, supplementing royal donations. The god Seth, once a contradictory figure in Egyptian religion, was increasingly rejected as the deity of foreign lands. This revival was both economic and cultural, though less archaeological evidence survives compared to earlier periods due to the delta's unfavorable preservation conditions. Prosperity peaked under Amasis, with temples nationwide expanded and enhanced, often using hard stones skillfully carved. Private individuals dedicated fine temple statues, typically in hard stones. Temple and tomb decorations, as well as statuary, rejected recent styles, drawing inspiration from earlier periods. However, innovation persisted, such as the introduction of Demotic script, a cursive form that spread across Egypt. Demotic was used for contemporary language, replacing administrative Late Egyptian, while hieratic remained for literary and religious. Texts, including ancient material like the pyramid texts, revived in tombs and on coffins. Animal worship reached its peak during the late period, becoming a major aspect of popular religion in a deeply spiritual society. Many species were mummified and buried, with towns emerging in necropolises to serve the needs of deceased animals and their worshippers. At Saqqara, the Apis bull, worshipped since the First Dynasty, was buried in massive granite sarcophagi in ceremonies attended by royalty. At least 10 species, from ibises buried in millions to dogs, were interred by Memphis' diverse population, Egypt's largest city. Egypt under Achaemenid rule. The 27th dynasty. According to the Greek historian Herodotus, who visited Egypt around 450 BCE, Cambyses II's conquest of Egypt was brutal and sacrilegious. However, contemporary Egyptian sources portray him more favorably. Cambyses adopted the full titulary of an Egyptian king and honored the goddess Neith of Sais. His later negative reputation likely stemmed from propaganda by Egyptian priests who opposed his cuts to temple income. Darius I, who succeeded Cambyses in 522 BCE and ruled as pharaoh until 486 BCE, was more highly regarded. He improved temples, restored part of their income, and codified laws as they had been under Amasis. These actions, aimed at winning over priests and scholars, were part of his strategy to keep Egypt as a permanent part of the Persian Empire. Egypt, along with the Libyan oases and Cyrenaica, formed the 6th Persian satrapy province, with its satrap based in Memphis and Persian governors stationed across the land. Under Darius I, taxes on Egyptians were relatively light, and Persians contributed to Egypt's economy through irrigation projects and improved trade, including the completion of the canal to the Red Sea. The Persian defeat by the Athenians at Marathon in 490 BCE had significant effects in Egypt. After Darius I's death in 486 BCE, a revolt erupted in the delta, possibly instigated by Libyans in the western region. This led Xerxes, the new Persian king, to reduce Egypt to a conquered province. Egyptians referred to him as the criminal Xerxes. He never visited Egypt and did not appoint Egyptians to high administrative positions. Xerxes' assassination in 465 BCE sparked another revolt in the western delta, led by the dynast Inaros, who gained control of the delta with Athenian support against the Persians. Inaros was crucified by the Persians in 454 BCE when they regained most of the delta. In the late 5th century BCE, under Artaxerxes I, ruled 465–424 BCE, and Darius II Ochus, ruled 423–404 BCE, Egypt was highly unstable and few monuments from this period have been identified. The 28th, 29th and 30th dynasties. The death of Darius II in 404 BCE sparked a successful rebellion in the Nile Delta, led by the Egyptian Amyrtaeus, who established the 28th dynasty as its sole king, 404–399 BCE. By 401 BCE, his rule was recognized in Upper Egypt, as Persia's internal troubles delayed any attempt to reclaim the region. Despite growing prosperity and independence, 4th century Egypt was marked by constant internal power struggles. After prolonged conflict in the Delta, the 29th dynasty, 399–380 BCE, emerged in Mendes. Its third ruler, Ahura, ruled 393–380 BCE, was particularly dynamic, and the wealth of his reign is evidenced by numerous monuments across Egypt. Egypt re-engaged in international politics, forming alliances against Persia and strengthening its military. The Egyptian army included Greek mercenaries and commanders who were paid in foreign coins, since Egypt lacked a widespread coinage system. These coins were likely acquired through exports of grain, papyrus, and linen. Although Egypt minted its own coins in the 4th century, they were not widely adopted. With the help of the Greek commander Chabrias of Athens and his elite troops, Ahura repelled a Persian invasion. However, after his death in 380 BCE, his son Nepherites II ruled only 4 months before being overthrown by the general Nectanebo I. Nectanebef ruled 380–362 BCE of Sebennytos, who founded the 30th dynasty, 380–343 BCE. In 373 BCE, the Persians attacked Egypt, but disagreements between their leaders and a timely Nile flood saved Egypt. With Persia weakened under Artaxerxes II, Egypt remained relatively secure and prosperous. Under Nectanebo's son Takos, ruled 365–360 BCE, Egypt pursued a more aggressive foreign policy. With a strong army and navy, including Egyptian machimoi and Greek mercenaries, and supported by Chabrias and the Spartan king Agesilaus, Takos invaded Palestine. However, tensions between Takos and Agesilaus, along with the financial strain of the campaign, led to his downfall. To fund the war, Takos imposed taxes and seized temple property, alienating Egyptians, especially the priests. They backed his nephew Nectanebo II, Nechtharebe, ruled 360–343 BCE, who usurped the throne. Maintaining mercenary loyalty proved too costly for Egypt's non-monetary economy. Agesilaus supported Nectanebo II's defensive policies, and the priests endorsed his building projects. Meanwhile, Persia regained strength under Artaxerxes III, Ochus, but an attack on Egypt in 350 BCE was repelled. In 343 BCE, the Persians invaded again, defeating Egypt at Pelusium and eventually conquering the Delta and the rest of the country. Nectanebo II fled to Nubia. The 4th century BCE marked the final flourishing of independent Egypt, with notable artistic and literary achievements. The 26th dynasty's artistic revival evolved into more complex forms, briefly achieving a Greco-Egyptian fusion, as seen in the tomb of Petosiris at Tuna al-Jabal around the 3rd century BCE. Hieratic literature continued to be transmitted and possibly composed, but this tradition stagnated. Demotic literature emerged, featuring stories set in the distant past, mythological tales, and an acrostic text likely used to teach the Egyptian language's phonetic order. The Second Persian Period. Artaxerxes III treated Egypt harshly, destroying city walls, plundering temple treasuries, and confiscating sacred texts. Persia amassed significant wealth in its efforts to prevent further Egyptian rebellions. After Artaxerxes III's assassination in 338 BCE, a brief, obscure period followed, during which a Nubian prince, Qabash, appears to have taken control of Egypt. However, Persian rule was re-established in 335 BCE under Darius III Ptolemaic, lasting only 3 years. Macedonian and Ptolemaic Egypt, 332–30 BCE. The Macedonian conquest. In the autumn of 332 BCE, Alexander the Great invaded Egypt with his mixed army of Macedonians and Greeks, finding the Egyptians eager to overthrow Persian oppression. Welcomed as a liberator, Alexander took control of Egypt without a fight. He traveled to the Siwa oasis in the western desert to consult the oracle of Ammon, famous in the Greek world, which revealed that Alexander was the son of Ammon. He may also have been crowned at Memphis, the Egyptian capital, a ceremony that would have firmly established him within the pharaonic tradition. This connection was further reinforced by the later spread of a romantic myth linking his mother, Olympias, to the last Egyptian king, Nectanebo II, suggesting Egyptian parentage. Alexander left Egypt in the spring of 331 BCE, dividing military command between Balacrus, son of Amyntas, and Pusestas, son of Makatatos. A Greek documentary papyrus from Saqqara, discovered in 1973, highlights Pusestas's respect for Egyptian religious institutions with an order stating, "Order of Pusestas. No one is to pass. The chamber is that of a priest." Civil administration was led by Cleomenes of Naucratis, who held the Persian title of satrap. When Alexander died in 323 BCE and his empire was divided among his generals, Ptolemy, son of the Macedonian nobleman Lagus, claimed the position of satrap. Perdiccas, the senior general and holder of Alexander's royal seal, attempted to seize Egypt from Ptolemy in 321 BCE but failed. Ptolemy had possession of Alexander's body, Perdiccas's army lacked full support, and the Nile crocodiles famously feasted on the invaders. The Ptolemaic dynasty. Until he officially declared himself king as Ptolemy I Soter on November 7, 305 BCE, Ptolemy held only the title of satrap of Egypt. However, the great hieroglyphic satrap stela, inscribed in 311 BCE, reveals a level of confidence that went beyond his role as viceroy. It states, "I, Ptolemy the satrap, restore to Horus, the avenger of his father, the lord of Pei, and to Buto, the lady of Pei and Dep, the territory of Patanut, from this day forth forever, with all its villages, all its towns, all its inhabitants, all its fields." The inscription highlights Ptolemy's role in reclaiming the land from the Persians, though his title, Soter, meaning savior, came from his aid to Rhodes during a siege in 315 BCE, not his actions in Egypt, and connects him to Qabash, who had claimed kingship during the last Persian occupation around 338 BCE. Egypt was governed by Ptolemy's descendants until Cleopatra VII's death on August 12, 30 BCE. The kingdom was one of several that arose after Alexander the Great's death and the conflicts among his successors. It was the wealthiest, and for much of the next 300 years the most politically and culturally influential, becoming the last to fall under direct Roman control. In many ways, the Ptolemaic monarchy in Egypt set a standard for other Hellenistic kingdoms. This approach stemmed from the Greeks and Macedonians' recognition of the need to dominate Egypt, its resources and its people, while aligning Egypt's power with the increasingly Hellenized Mediterranean world. The Ptolemies, 305–145 BCE. The first 160 years of the Ptolemaic dynasty are generally regarded as its most prosperous period. While little is known about the foundations established during Ptolemy, the first Soter's reign, 305–282 BCE, the growing body of documentary, inscriptional, and archaeological evidence from his son and successor, Ptolemy II Philadelphus, 285–246 BCE, reveals a comprehensive reorganization of the kingdom's administration and economy. A notable demotic text from 258 BCE refers to orders for a complete census of the kingdom, documenting water sources, land position, quality, and irrigation potential, cultivation status, crops grown, and the extent of priestly and royal land holdings. This period saw significant agricultural innovations, including the introduction of new crops and extensive irrigation projects that brought large areas of new land under cultivation, particularly in Al-Fayyum, where many Greek immigrants were settled. The Macedonian Greek identity of the monarchy was strongly maintained, as seen most notably in the rise and significance of Alexandria. Founded by Alexander the Great on April 7, 331 BCE, often cited as 332 BCE, on the site of the small Egyptian village of Rakotis in the northwestern Nile Delta, Alexandria became the most important city in the eastern Mediterranean until Constantinople's founding in the 4th century CE. The city's prominence was underscored when the royal capital moved from Memphis to Alexandria shortly after Alexander's death, highlighting the contrast between the new Greek city and its Egyptian surroundings. The Ptolemaic court embraced extravagant Greek-style luxury within its vast palace complex, which occupied up to a third of the city by the early Roman period. Its splendor was showcased during the reign of Ptolemy II Philadelphus, with the establishment of the Ptolemaic, a quadrennial festival designed to rival the Olympic Games. The festival featured a procession of intricately designed floats depicting scenes from Greek religious cults. Ptolemy II introduced a distinctive feature to the dynasty by marrying his full sister, Arsinoe II, one of the most influential and remarkable women of the Hellenistic era. They effectively became co-rulers, both adopting the epithet Philadelphus, brother-loving and sister-loving. This practice of consanguineous marriage was adopted by most of their successors and even imitated by ordinary Egyptians, despite it not being a standard practice in earlier pharaonic royal families or among the general Egyptian population. Arsinoe played a significant role in shaping royal policy. She was featured on coinage and eventually worshipped, possibly even before her death, in the distinctively Greek style of ruler cult that emerged during this reign. From the early conflicts among Alexander's successors, the Ptolemies nurtured imperial ambitions. Ptolemy I secured control of Cyprus and Cyrene and clashed with his neighbor over Palestine. Over the 3rd century, a powerful Ptolemaic empire emerged, claiming sovereignty over the Levant, numerous cities along the western and southern coasts of Asia Minor, several Aegean islands, a few towns in Thrace, as well as Cyprus and Cyrene. Family ties and dynastic alliances, particularly between the Ptolemies and the neighboring Seleucids, played a significant role in these imperialistic goals. While these connections did not prevent conflict, 5 wars were fought with the Seleucids between 274 and 200 BCE over territories in Syria and the Levant. They helped maintain the ruling house's cohesion, interconnectedness, and fidelity to their Macedonian Greek heritage. When Ptolemy II Philadelphus died in 246 BCE, he left a prosperous kingdom to his successor, Ptolemy III Euergetes, 246–221 BCE. Euergetes launched a highly successful campaign against the Seleucids in Syria, prompted by the murder of his sister, Berenice, who had been married to the Seleucid king Antiochus II. To avenge her, Euergetes invaded Syria and achieved a significant victory. He also won domestic acclaim by recovering statues of Egyptian gods that had been taken by the Persians. The Canopus decree, issued on March 7, 238 BCE, commemorates this achievement and highlights the many benefactions Euergetes bestowed on Egyptian temples. For example, it was during his reign that the reconstruction of the great temple of Horus at Idfu, Apollinopolis Magna, began. Euergetes was succeeded by his son Ptolemy IV Philopator, 221-205 BCE, whom Greek historians describe as a weak and corrupt ruler, heavily influenced by a powerful circle of Alexandrian Greek courtiers. His reign is marked by another major conflict with the Seleucids, culminating in a significant Ptolemaic victory at Raphia in southern Palestine in 217 BCE. This battle is notable for the large number of native Egyptian soldiers who fought alongside Macedonian and Greek troops. The events surrounding Philopator's death and the succession of the young Ptolemy V Epiphanes, 205-180 BCE, are shrouded in court intrigue. Early in Epiphanes' reign, serious challenges emerged. Native revolts in the south, which had been sporadic in the late 3rd century BCE, intensified, undermining the monarchy's control over a crucial region. These uprisings, led by native claimants to the throne, are often linked to the Egyptians' growing awareness of their power following their role in the victory at Raphia. Rebellions continued for several decades. By around 196 BCE, much of the Ptolemaic overseas empire had been permanently lost, though there may have been a brief resurgence in the Aegean Islands around 165-145 BCE to bolster and showcase the ruling house's strength. The administration bestowed grand honorific titles on its officials. To appease Egyptian sentiments, a religious synod convened in 196 BCE to crown Epiphanes at Memphis, the first confirmed instance of a Ptolemy being crowned in the traditional capital. The synod granted extensive privileges to Egyptian temples, as recorded on the Rosetta Stone. Ptolemy VI Philopator, 180-145 BCE, known for his pious and magnanimous character, faced renewed conflict with the Seleucids after his mother, Cleopatra I, died in 176 BCE. In 170-169 BCE, Antiochus IV of Syria invaded Egypt and established a protectorate. By 168 BCE, he returned, was crowned at Memphis, and installed as Seleucid governor. However, he underestimated Rome's influence. In the summer of 168 BCE, the Roman ambassador Popilius Lanus arrived at Antiochus's camp near Pelusium in the Delta and staged a dramatic display of Roman authority, demanding Antiochus withdraw from Egypt. When Antiochus requested time to consult his advisors, Laenus drew a circle around him with his stick and insisted on an answer before he stepped out. Antiochus had no choice but to comply, and by late July he had left Egypt. Philopator's reign was further troubled by rivalry with his brother, later Ptolemy VIII, Euergetes II, Physcon. Under Roman advice, Physcon was sent to Cyrene, where he remained until Philopator's death in 145 BCE. Notably, in 155 BCE, Physcon took the unprecedented step of bequeathing Cyrene to Rome in the event of his untimely death. Dynastic strife and decline, 145-30 BCE. Physcon ruled Egypt until 116 BCE alongside his sister Cleopatra II, except during her revolt from 130-124 BCE, and her daughter Cleopatra III. His reign was marked by generous donations to Egyptian temples, but he was despised as a tyrant by the Greeks. Historical accounts highlight his tumultuous relationship with the Alexandrian populace. During the final century of the Ptolemaic rule, Egypt's independence was maintained under Rome's protection and at its discretion. For much of this period, Rome supported a dynasty that held no overseas territories except Cyprus after 96 BCE, when Cyrene was bequeathed to Rome by Ptolemy Apion and posed no threat to Roman interests. After a series of short and unstable reigns, Ptolemy XII Auletes took the throne in 80 BCE. He retained power for 30 years, despite Egypt's legendary wealth tempting Roman politicians. However, Auletes was forced to flee Egypt in 58 BCE and was restored by Pompey's ally Gabinius in 55 BCE, likely after spending heavily on bribes. To manage his finances, he brought Rabirius Posthumus, a Roman creditor, to Egypt. In 52 BCE, the year before his death, Ptolemy XII Auletes appointed his daughter Cleopatra VII and his elder son Ptolemy XIII as co-rulers. Ptolemy XIII died in 47 BCE. Cleopatra's reign was marked by her ambition and exceptional ability as a queen. She sought to restore the dynasty's prestige by cultivating alliances with powerful Roman leaders and leveraging their influence to benefit Roman allies and clients. Julius Caesar pursued Pompey to Egypt in 48 BCE. After Pompey's murder by Egyptian courtiers, Caesar remained in Egypt long enough to accompany Cleopatra on a sightseeing journey up the Nile in the summer of 47 BCE. When Caesar returned to Rome, Cleopatra was pregnant with a child she claimed was his. The boy, named Caesarion, Little Caesar, later accompanied Cleopatra to Rome. After Caesar's assassination in 44 BCE, they hurried back to Egypt, where Cleopatra attempted to remain neutral in the conflicts between Roman generals and their factions. Cleopatra's long relationship with Mark Antony began in 41 BCE when she visited him at Tarsus, and he returned to Egypt with her. Between 36 and 30 BCE, their romance became a focal point of propaganda by Antony's rival, Octavian, the future Emperor Augustus. By 34 BCE, Caesarion was officially co-ruler with Cleopatra, though his role was largely symbolic, aimed at capitalizing on Caesar's legacy. That autumn, Cleopatra and Antony staged a lavish ceremony in which they distributed eastern territories to their children, Alexander Helios, Ptolemy, and Cleopatra Selene. Roman propaganda depicted Cleopatra and Antony as indulging in decadent banquets and posing as Dionysus and Isis, further fueling Octavian's campaign against them. This propaganda war escalated into armed conflict, culminating in the naval Battle of Actium in western Greece in September 31 BCE. During the battle, Cleopatra and her fleet withdrew, and Antony followed, leading to their retreat to Alexandria. They awaited Octavian's arrival, which came 10 months later. Alexandria fell, and Antony and Cleopatra committed suicide, Antony by falling on his sword, and Cleopatra likely by the bite of an asp, in August 30th BCE. It is said that when Octavian arrived in Alexandria, he visited Alexander the Great's preserved body, accidentally damaging its nose. He refused to view the remains of the Ptolemies, remarking, "I wish to see a king, not corpses." Government and conditions under the Ptolemies. The Ptolemies brought transformative changes to Egypt, harnessing its resources with unprecedented efficiency and making it the wealthiest of the Hellenistic kingdoms. Cultivated land expanded and new crops were introduced, notably naked tetraploid wheat, Triticum durum, which replaced the traditional emmer wheat, Triticum dicoccum. The population, estimated at 3 to 4 million, in the late dynastic period, likely more than doubled by the early Roman period, reaching a level not seen again until the late 19th century. Part of this growth stemmed from immigration, particularly during the 2nd and 3rd centuries BCE, as settlers arrived from Anatolia, Asia Minor, the Greek islands, and large numbers of Jews from Palestine. Immigration may have slowed later in the Ptolemaic period, and some scholars, based on limited evidence, suggest a decline in prosperity during the 1st century BCE. If so, this trend may have partially reversed under Cleopatra VII. Administration. The prosperity of Egypt was built on a governmental system designed to exploit its economic resources. Directly below the monarch were a few powerful officials with nationwide authority, a chief finance minister, a chief accountant, and a chancery overseeing records, letters, and decrees. Below them was a broad base of subordinate officials with limited jurisdictions, extending down to the village chief administrator, comarches. Between the chief ministers and village officials were figures like the nome steward, oikonomos, and the strategoi, who governed one of Egypt's more than 30 nomes, its traditional geographic divisions. In theory, this bureaucracy could regulate every subject's economic activities, with overlapping roles ensuring oversight. In practice, the system was likely more flexible, with functions assigned based on local needs and the availability of competent officials. Rigid distinctions between military, civil, legal, and administrative roles are hard to identify. The same official might handle duties across these areas. The military was deeply integrated into civilian life, as soldiers were also farmers who received royal land grants. Greek clerks, holders of allotments, enjoyed higher status and larger grants, while native Egyptian mashimoi received smaller plots. Interlocking judicial systems, including Greek krematistai and Egyptian laucritai courts, allowed Greeks and Egyptians to resolve legal matters in their preferred language. The bureaucracy heavily favored Greek speakers, the dominant elite. However, Egyptians could rise through the ranks by Hellenizing, gradually infiltrating even the highest levels of administration. Economy. Egypt's legendary wealth was rooted in its highly productive land, which technically remained under royal ownership. A significant portion was controlled by temples, while the rest was leased to tenant farmers on a theoretically revocable basis. Some land was also granted as gifts to prominent courtiers, such as Apollonius, the finance minister of Ptolemy II Philadelphus, who owned an estate of 10,000 araure, about 6,500 acres, 2,630 hectares, at Philadelphia in Al-Fayyum. Tenants and beneficiaries often treated these leases and grants as private property. Revenues in both cash and kind were substantial, and royal oversight extended to the production and trade of key goods like papyrus, oil, linen, and beer. Under Ptolemy II Philadelphus, a detailed set of revenue laws regulated how officials monitored the production of these commodities. The Ptolemaic economy thus combined direct royal control with private enterprise under strict regulation. A major Ptolemaic innovation was the systematic monetarization of the economy. The monarchy maintained a closed monetary system, allowing only royal coinage to circulate within Egypt. This system was supported by a sophisticated banking network, blending royal oversight with private enterprise and managing both private transactions and royal finances. This shift led to a significant increase in trade, both domestically and internationally, peaking under the stable conditions of Roman rule. Alexandria played a crucial role as the primary port and trading hub, handling Egypt's domestic goods and luxury imports and exports to and from the East and Mediterranean cities. Alexandria also emerged as an artistic center, producing high-quality glassware, jewelry, Greek-style sculpture, and mosaics that were highly sought after across the Mediterranean. Religion. The Ptolemies were strong supporters of native Egyptian religious institutions, though they carefully controlled their economic and political power. Much of the late construction and restoration work in Egypt's major temples occurred during the Ptolemaic period, particularly between 150–50 BCE, with the monarchs depicted on temple reliefs in traditional Egyptian royal forms. Local traditions persisted in village temples and cults, many associated with sacred animals or birds. At the same time, the Greeks identified Egyptian deities with their own gods, equating Ammon with Zeus, Horus with Apollo, Ptah with Hephaestus, and others, while also expanding the significance of deities like Isis, whose mystery cults spread across the Mediterranean. The Greek influence is most evident in two phenomena: the formalized royal cult of Alexander and the Ptolemies, which served both political and religious purposes, and the creation of the cult of Serapis. Initially confined to Alexandria, Serapis became universal, represented as a Hellenized deity with a Greek-style cult, yet rooted in the Egyptian belief that the sacred Apis bull merged its divinity with Osiris after death. Culture. The enduring vitality of Egypt's artistic tradition is vividly expressed in the temple architecture and sculpture of the Ptolemaic period. The Egyptian language persisted in its hieroglyphic and demotic forms until late in the Roman era and survived into the Byzantine period and beyond as Coptic. Egyptian literature flourished during the Ptolemaic period, producing numerous works in demotic. The most common genre was the romantic tale, often set in a pharaonic context and involving gods' royalty, magic, romance, and heroic trials. Another significant category was the instruction text, exemplified by the instruction of Ankh-Sheshonq, a collection of moral maxims supposedly composed while the author was imprisoned for failing to warn the pharaoh of an assassination plot. Another example, Papyrus Insinger, is a more focused moral text. However, the arrival of a Greek-speaking elite profoundly influenced cultural trends. Egyptian story cycles likely absorbed Greek elements, and literary and technical works were translated into Greek. Under royal patronage, the Egyptian priest Manetho of Sebennytos wrote a history of Egypt's kings in Greek. Notably, the works of classical Greek poets and playwrights spread among the Greek-speaking population in the Nile Valley. These developments highlight the coexistence of two distinct yet interacting cultural traditions in Ptolemaic Egypt. This duality extended into broader society. While written sources provide little direct evidence of ethnic discrimination by Greeks against Egyptians, the Greeks' awareness of their social and economic superiority is evident. Intermarriage was one way Egyptians could improve their status and adopt Greek culture. Many Egyptians learned to speak Greek, some even mastering its written form, and a few adopted Greek names to assimilate into the elite. Alexandria held a unique position in the history of literature, ideas, scholarship, and science for nearly a millennium after its founding. Under the patronage of the Ptolemies and in an environment largely detached from its Egyptian surroundings, Greek culture was preserved and advanced. Early in the Ptolemaic period, likely during the reign of Ptolemy I Soter, the Alexandrian Museum, Greek Mousion, seat of the Muses, was established within the palace complex. The geographer and historian Strabo, who observed it in the early Roman period, described it as having a covered walk, an arcade with recesses and seats, and a large house containing the dining hall for the museum's members, who lived communally. The Library of Alexandria, along with its branch at the Serapeum, was essential to the scholarly community in the museum. The Ptolemies avidly collected books, and at its peak, the library likely housed 500,000 or more papyrus rolls, many containing multiple works. The leading poets of the Hellenistic era, including Theocritus, Callimachus, and Apollonius of Rhodes, resided and wrote in Alexandria. Scholarship thrived, preserving and organizing the manuscript traditions of classical literature from Homer onward. Librarian scholars like Aristophanes of Byzantium and his pupil Aristarchus produced critical editions, commentaries, and works on grammar. The cultural influence of Alexandria's Jewish community is evident in the translation of the Pentateuch into Greek during the Ptolemaic period, a significant milestone. This intellectual activity made Alexandria the center of the book trade, with classical works copied and distributed to a literate Greek audience across the Nile Valley. Alexandria's contributions to science were equally remarkable. Major advancements were made in pure mathematics, mechanics, physics, geography, and medicine. Euclid, working in Alexandria around 300 BCE, systematized existing mathematical knowledge and developed the method of proof by deduction from axioms. Archimedes, who visited in the 3rd century BCE, is credited with inventing the Archimedean screw during his time in Egypt. Eratosthenes calculated Earth's circumference and created the first world map using a system of latitude and longitude. The medical school, founded during the Ptolemaic period, maintained its reputation into the Byzantine era. By the late Ptolemaic period, Alexandria also emerged as a hub for Greek philosophical studies. In short, there was no field of literary, intellectual, or scientific endeavor to which Ptolemaic Alexandria did not make a significant contribution. Roman and Byzantine Egypt, 30 BCE, 642 CE. Egypt as a province of Rome. I added Egypt to the empire of the Roman people. With these words, Emperor Augustus, formerly Octavian, summarized the annexation of Cleopatra's kingdom in his monumental inscription recording his achievements. The province was governed by a viceroy, a prefect of equestrian rank, eques, who reported directly to the emperor. The first viceroy, Gaius Cornelius Gallus, a Roman poet and soldier, lost his position and later his life after boasting excessively about his military exploits in Egypt. Roman senators were barred from entering Egypt without the emperor's consent, as the province's immense wealth could be controlled militarily by a small force. The threat of halting grain exports, essential for feeding Rome's population, underscored Egypt's strategic importance. Internal security was maintained by 3 Roman legions, later reduced to 2, each about 6,000 strong, along with several auxiliary cohorts. In the first decade of Roman rule, the spirit of Augustan imperialism sought expansion to the east and south. An expedition to Arabia, led by the prefect Aelius Gallus around 26 to 25 BCE, was sabotaged by the Nabatean Sylleus, who misled the Roman fleet in uncharted waters. Arabia remained an independent but friendly client state of Rome until 106 CE, when Emperor Trajan, ruled 98-117 CE, annexed it, allowing the reopening of Ptolemy II's canal from the Nile to the Gulf of Suez. To the south, the Meroitic people, taking advantage of Gallus's focus on Arabia, attacked the Thebaid. The next prefect, Petronius, launched 2 expeditions into the Meroitic kingdom, c. 24-22 BCE, captured several towns and forced the submission of its formidable queen, referred to by Roman writers as the one-eyed Queen Candace. He left a Roman garrison at Primis, Qasr Ibram, but plans for a permanent presence in Lower Nubia were soon abandoned. Within a year or two, the Roman frontier was set at Hiera Sicaminos, about 50 miles, 80 kilometers south of the First Cataract. The region's mixed character is evident in the enduring popularity of the goddess Isis among the Meroitic people, and Emperor Augustus's construction of a temple at Kalabsha, dedicated to the local god Mandulis. Egypt reached its peak prosperity under the Roman peace, which effectively depoliticized the region. Roman emperors and their family members visited Egypt, including Tiberius's nephew, Germanicus, Vespasian, and his son Titus, Hadrian, Septimius, Severus, and Diocletian, to see its famous sites, receive acclaim from the Alexandrian populace, secure the loyalty of their volatile subjects, or implement administrative reforms. Occasionally, Egypt's potential as a power base was realized. Vespasian, the most successful contender in the Year of the Four Emperors, was first proclaimed emperor at Alexandria on July 1, 69 CE, in a maneuver orchestrated by the prefect Tiberius Julius Alexander. Others were less fortunate. Gaius Avidius Cassius, son of a former prefect, rebelled against Marcus Aurelius in 175 CE, spurred by false rumors of Marcus's death, but his uprising lasted only 3 months. In 297–298 CE, Egypt briefly fell under the control of a mysterious usurper, Lucius Domitius Domitianus. Emperor Diocletian witnessed Alexandria's final surrender after an 8-month siege and vowed revenge, threatening to slaughter the populace until blood reached his horse's knees. The threat was softened when his horse stumbled upon entering the city, prompting the grateful citizens to erect a statue of the horse. During the chaotic 3rd century CE, Egypt was lost to central imperial authority only briefly, from 270 to 272 CE, when it was controlled by the ruling dynasty of Palmyra, a Syrian city. Fortunately for Rome, Palmyra's military strength acted as a barrier against the Sasanian monarchy of Persia, which threatened to overrun the Eastern Empire. Internal threats to security were frequent, but usually resolved without significant harm to imperial control. These included riots between Jews and Greeks in Alexandria during Caligula's reign, 37–41 CE, a major Jewish revolt under Trajan, 98–117 CE, a rebellion in the Nile Delta in 172 CE, suppressed by Avidius Cassius, and an uprising centered on Coptos, Chift, in 293–294 CE, which was quelled by Galerius, Diocletian's imperial colleague. Administration and economy under Rome. The Romans introduced significant changes to Egypt's administrative system to improve efficiency and maximize revenue. The prefect of Egypt was responsible for military security through command of the legions and cohorts, financial organization, and taxation, and the administration of justice. This role required extensive paperwork. For instance, a document from 211 CE notes that 1,804 petitions were submitted to the prefect's office in just 3 days. The prefect was supported by a hierarchy of equestrian officials with specialized expertise, including 3 or 4 epistrategoi overseeing regional subdivisions, as well as officers managing the emperor's private accounts, justice, religious, institutions, and more. Below them were local officials in the nomes, strategoi and royal scribes, and authorities in towns and villages. The most transformative changes occurred in Egypt's growing towns, where the Romans established colleges of magistrates and officials to manage local affairs autonomously while ensuring tax collection and payment to the central government. This system was reinforced by liturgies, compulsory public services assigned based on rank and property to fund and maintain local facilities. These institutions mirrored the councils and magistrates overseeing Greek cities in the Eastern Roman provinces. While common in other Hellenistic kingdoms, they had been limited in Ptolemaic Egypt to the so-called Greek cities, Alexandria, Ptolemais, in Upper Egypt, Naucratis, and later Antinopolis, founded by Hadrian in 130 CE. Alexandria had lost its council, likely during the Ptolemaic period, but regained it in 200 CE. However, this privilege was extended to nome capitals, metropolis, diluting its exclusivity. This shift aimed to transfer administrative burdens and costs onto the local elite, but it ultimately proved unsustainable, leading to the impoverishment of many councillors and their families, administrative challenges, and increased central government intervention. The economic resources exploited by the administration remained unchanged since the Ptolemaic period, but Roman rule introduced a far more complex and sophisticated taxation system. Taxes were levied in both cash and kind on land, alongside a wide array of small cash taxes, customs duties, and similar charges collected by appointed officials. A significant portion of Egypt's grain was transported downriver to feed Alexandria's population and for export to Rome. Despite frequent complaints of oppression and extortion, official tax rates were not excessively high. In fact, the Roman government actively promoted land privatization and the growth of private enterprise in manufacturing, commerce, and trade, with low tax rates benefiting private landowners and entrepreneurs. However, poorer individuals who worked as tenants on state-owned, imperial, or privately held land faced heavier burdens due to consistently high rental costs. The economy was highly monetized and complex, even at the village level. Goods were exchanged on a large scale using coinage, and towns and larger villages saw significant industrial and commercial activity tied to the agricultural sector. Trade, both domestic and international, peaked in the 1st and 2nd centuries CE. By the late 3rd century CE, however, major issues emerged. Repeated debasement of the imperial currency eroded trust in coinage, and the government exacerbated the problem by demanding more irregular tax payments in kind, which were directed to key consumers like the military. Local administration by councils became negligent, uncooperative, and inefficient. The urgent need for decisive reform became evident, leading to significant changes during the reigns of Diocletian and Constantine. Society, religion, and culture. One notable effect of Roman rule was the increased emphasis on classifying and controlling the population. Despite years of intermarriage between Greeks and Egyptians, lists compiled in 4-5 CE allowed certain families to claim Greek descent and access privileges as members of the urban elite, known as the gymnasial class. These privileges included lower poll taxes, subsidized or free food distributions, and public support in old age. Ambitious members of this group could attain Alexandrian or Roman citizenship or even equestrian status, gaining greater prestige and benefits. These social distinctions were reinforced by Roman law and detailed regulations like the rulebook of the emperor's special account, which governed marriage, inheritance, and penalties for violations. When Emperor Caracalla granted Roman citizenship to nearly all imperial subjects in 212 CE, the distinction between citizens and non-citizens faded, but it was replaced by a new divide between honestiores, upper classes, and humiliores, lower classes, who faced different legal penalties. The Greek-speaking elite continued to dominate the cultural landscape, though Egyptian culture remained vibrant and influential. Its enduring significance is evident in its resurgence during the Byzantine period within Coptic Christianity. Notable example of cultural blending comes from a 4th century family in Panopolis, which included both teachers of Greek oratory and priests in Egyptian religious traditions. Thousands of papyri from Nile Valley towns and villages reveal what literate Greeks were reading, such as Homer's poems, works by classical Greek tragedians, and comedies by Menander. The widespread influence of Greek literature is highlighted by an anonymous clerk in the village of Karanis, Al-Fayyum, during the 2nd century CE. While compiling a tax list, the clerk translated an Egyptian name using an obscure Greek word, likely known only from reading the Hellenistic poet Callimachus, demonstrating his understanding of both Greek literature and Egyptian etymology. Alexandria continued to thrive as a stunningly beautiful city and a hub of Greek culture and intellectual activity, though the era of lavish Ptolemaic court patronage of literary figures had ended. However, the growing interest in philosophy, especially Platonic thought, had significant impacts. The renowned Jewish philosopher and theologian Philo of Alexandria, Philo Judaeus, in the 1st century, applied his training in Greek philosophy to his biblical commentaries. This foreshadowed developments a century later after the devastating revolt of 115–117 CE, which nearly destroyed Alexandria's Jewish community. The city then became the intellectual crucible where Christianity developed a theology, shifting away from Jewish exegetical traditions and embracing Greek philosophical ideas. This environment laid the groundwork for the teachings of Christian leaders like Clement of Alexandria, who headed the catechetical school. In the 3rd century, Origen, the greatest Christian Neoplatonist, conducted essential textual and theological work, which was crucial for establishing a coherent New Testament tradition. Outside the Greek-influenced environment of Alexandria, traditional Egyptian religious institutions continued to thrive in towns and villages, though temples became financially dependent on state subsidies, syntaxes, and were tightly controlled by secular bureaucrats. Roman emperors were depicted in traditional Egyptian style as kings on temple reliefs until the mid-3rd century, and 5 professional hieroglyph carvers were still employed in Oxyrhynchus during the 2nd century. Animal cults remained popular despite Augustus's famous remark that he worshipped gods, not cattle. As late as Diocletian's reign, 285–305, religious stele maintained the tradition that the monarch installed the successor of a sacred bull in cults like those at Memphis and Hermonthis, Armant. The differences between Greek style and native Egyptian cults were stark, evident in temple architecture and priestly roles. Egyptian priests formed a distinct caste marked by their unique attire, while Greek cult priests held positions more akin to magistracies, often filled by local elites. Cults of Roman emperors, both living and deceased, became universal after 30 BCE, with their influence most visible in the establishment of Caesarea, temples of Caesar, and Greek-style religious institutions, where emperors were associated with local deities. One development that significantly influenced religious amalgamation, though it became decisive only in the 4th century, was the arrival of Christianity. The tradition that St. Mark founded the Church of Alexandria cannot be confirmed, but a fragment of the Gospel, according to John, provides concrete evidence of Christianity in the Nile Valley by the 2nd quarter of the 2nd century CE. Since Christianity remained illegal and subject to persecution until the early 4th century, Christians were cautious about openly identifying themselves, making it difficult to estimate their numbers. Later, pro-Christian sources may exaggerate the zeal and number of early martyrs. However, several papyri survive from the first state-sponsored persecution under Emperor Decius, ruled 249–251, containing libelli, certificates where individuals swore they had performed sacrifices to Greek, Egyptian, or Roman gods to prove they were not Christians. By the 290s, about a decade before Diocletian's great persecution, a list of buildings in Oxyrhynchus, roughly 125 miles, 200 kilometers south of the delta's apex, included 2 Christian churches, likely of the house chapel type. Egypt's role in the Byzantine Empire. Diocletian was the last Roman emperor to visit Egypt in 302 CE. Within a decade of his visit, the persecution of Christians ended, marking a turning point that requires a new framework for understanding Egypt's history. No single event clearly separates the Roman and Byzantine periods, as the transition from an era of peace, culture, and prosperity to one often seen as darker and more oppressive was gradual. The most significant changes occurred between the last decade of the 3rd century and the first 3 decades of the 4th. With the end of persecution, the church's property was restored. In 313, a new tax system based on 15-year cycles called indictions was introduced, retroactively starting from 312. Other major administrative reforms had already been implemented. In 296, the Alexandrian mint ceased producing tetradrachms, ending Egypt's separate coinage system and integrating it into the empire's currency. One event that significantly influenced Egypt's political history was the founding of Constantinople, modern Istanbul, on May 11, 330. First, Constantinople was established as an imperial capital and an eastern counterpart to Rome, diminishing Alexandria's status as the leading city of the Greek-speaking East. Second, it redirected Egypt's resources away from Rome and the West. From then on, part of Egypt's grain surplus, estimated at 8 million artabs, about 300 million litres, of wheat in an edict by Emperor Justinian around 537 or 538, 1 artab being roughly equivalent to 1 bushel, was used to feed Constantinople's growing population. This created a strong political and economic link between Egypt and the new capital. These changes integrated Egypt more deeply into the empire's structure and restored its central role in Mediterranean political history. The key to understanding Egypt's importance during this period lies in the rapid rise of the Christian Church, which came to dominate both secular and religious institutions and played a significant role in every political issue. As a result, the head of the Egyptian Church, the Patriarch of Alexandria, became the most influential figure in Egypt and gave the Egyptian clergy a powerful voice in the Eastern Church's councils. During the 4th century, Egypt was divided into smaller administrative units, but the Patriarchy remained unified, giving it far greater power than any local official. Only the governors of groups of provinces, vicarii of dioceses, held comparable authority, with praetorian prefects and emperors ranking above them. When a patriarch of Alexandria, such as Cyrus, the last patriarch under Byzantine rule, was granted civil authority, the combination of religious and political power became exceptionally formidable. The turbulent history of Egypt during the Byzantine period can largely be understood through the struggles of the patriarchs of Alexandria to maintain their authority both within their patriarchy and in relation to Constantinople. When imperial authorities were strong, such as during Justinian's reign, they sought to control the Egyptian Church from Constantinople while ensuring the capital's food supply and defending the empire. Conversely, when weak, they failed to exert control over the Church. For the patriarchs of Alexandria, balancing the approval of Constantinople with the support of their Egyptian power base proved impossible. These conflicting demands created a social, political, and cultural divide between Alexandria and the rest of Egypt, as well as between Hellenism and native Egyptian culture, which found a powerful voice in Coptic Christianity. This divide deepened after the Council of Chalcedon in 451, which established the doctrine of Christ existing in two natures, inseparably united. This decision effectively set the Egyptian Coptic, now Coptic Orthodox, Church on its own path of monophysitism, emphasizing the singular nature of Christ. Despite internal conflicts among rival churchmen and threats from hostile tribes like the Blemmyes and Nubade in the south, until their conversion to Christianity in the mid-6th century, the Byzantine emperors still faced potential danger from Egypt if its resources were effectively mobilized. A notable example is the downfall of the tyrant emperor Phocas in 609 or 610. Nicetas, general of the future emperor Heraclius, advanced from Cyrene to Alexandria, aiming to use Egypt as a power base and sever Constantinople's grain supply. By spring 610, Nicetas defeated Phocas's general Bonosus, leading to the tyrant's overthrow. The challenge of defending Egypt from Constantinople became starkly evident in the final decades of Byzantine rule. First, the Persians, a long-standing enemy, advanced to the Nile Delta and captured Alexandria. Their occupation, completed by early 619, lasted until 628, when a peace treaty between Persia and Byzantium led to their withdrawal. This decade was marked by severe persecution of Egyptian Coptic Christians, including the refusal to ordain bishops and the massacre of monks in their cave monasteries. The Persian withdrawal did not restore peace to Egypt. Meanwhile, events in Arabia set the stage for profound changes in Egypt. The Prophet Muhammad's flight from Mecca to Medina and his declaration of a holy war against Byzantium in 632 CE initiated a transformative period. A decade later, on September 29, 642, the Arab general Amr ibn al-As entered Alexandria, marking the end of the Arab conquest of Egypt, which had begun with an invasion 3 years earlier. The conquest followed years of harsh persecution of Coptic Christians by Cyrus, the Chalcedonian Patriarch of Alexandria, who is said to have betrayed Egypt to the Islamic forces. The Islamic conquest was not without bloodshed. Initial skirmishes occurred in the eastern delta, followed by the loss of Al-Fayyum in battle in 640. A major confrontation took place at Heliopolis, now a Cairo suburb, in July 640, where 15,000 Arab forces clashed with 20,000 Egyptian defenders. The decisive moment came with the storming and capture of Trajan's fortress at Babylon, modern Old Cairo, on April 6, 641. By September 14, Cyrus, who had been recalled to Constantinople by Emperor Heraclius 10 months earlier, returned with authority to negotiate peace. Byzantium formally surrendered Egypt on November 8, 641, with an 11-month armistice to allow the treaty's ratification by the emperor and the caliph. In December 641, ships laden with Egypt's wealth were sent to its new rulers. 9 months later, the last Byzantine forces departed Egypt, sailing to Cyprus, Rhodes, and Constantinople, while Amr ibn al-As claimed Alexandria for the caliph. This new era of theocratic Islamic rule marked a profound shift from Egypt's experiences since Alexander the Great's arrival nearly a millennium earlier. Byzantine government of Egypt. The reforms of the early 4th century laid the foundation for another 250 years of relative prosperity in Egypt, though at the cost of increased rigidity and oppressive state control. Egypt was divided into smaller administrative provinces with separate civil praeses and military dux officials. By the mid-6th century, Emperor Justinian acknowledged the failure of this system and merged civil and military authority under the dux, appointing a civil deputy, praeses, to counterbalance the church's power. By then, any semblance of local autonomy had disappeared. The military's presence became more pronounced, its influence permeating daily life in towns and villages. Taxes, though not necessarily heavier, were collected harshly, with strict measures against those evading fiscal or legal duties. Wealthier landowners likely prospered, particularly through the purchase of state-owned land that had been privatized in the early 4th century. These powerful landlords could shield their peasant tenants from the state's agents, tax collectors, bureaucrats, and soldiers. However, while the average peasant's life remained largely unchanged, the gap between rich and poor widened. The wealthy grew richer while the poor became more numerous and impoverished, as moderate landowners were increasingly marginalized. The advance of Christianity. The spread of Christianity profoundly impacted Byzantine Egypt's social and cultural fabric, much as it did its political structure. It highlighted the identity of native Egyptians through the Coptic Church, which found expression in the development of the Coptic language, essentially Egyptian, written in Greek letters with a few additional characters. Coptic Christianity also fostered its own unique art, blending long-standing motifs from Greek mythology with depictions of the Virgin and Child and Christian parables. These artistic styles drew heavily from both Greek and Egyptian traditions. Although Christianity had significantly penetrated Egyptian society by 391, the year polytheistic practices were officially banned, its spread was neither uniform nor easily quantifiable. It absorbed its predecessors slowly and unevenly. In the early 5th century, a polytheistic literary revival emerged in Panopolis, even as fanatical monks in the region attacked non-Christian temples, seizing statues and magical texts. beyond. The elite circles debating doctrinal disputes in philosophical terms, there existed a diverse mix of beliefs and commitments. For instance, both the Gnostics, who believed in salvation through knowledge, and the Manichaeans, followers of the Persian prophet Mani, identified as Christians. In the 4th century, a Christian community, whose library was discovered at Naj Hammad in 1945, read both canonical and apocryphal Gospels alongside mystical texts. At the grassroots level, magical practices remained widespread, simply adapting to a Christian framework. By the mid-5th century, Egypt's landscape was dominated by grand churches, such as the stunning Church of St. Menas, Abu Mana, south of Alexandria, and by monasteries. These monasteries were Egypt's unique contribution to Christianity, serving as strongholds of native loyalty to the Monophysite Church. The origins of Antonian communities named after St. Anthony of Egypt, c. 251–356, the founding father of monasticism, lay in individuals gathering around a renowned ascetic in a desert location. They built their own cells, added a church and refectory, and enclosed the complex with walls and towers. Other monasteries, called Pachomian after Pachomius, the founder of Cenobitic monasticism, were planned from the start as walled complexes with shared facilities. Equipped with water cisterns, kitchens, bakeries, oil presses, workshops, stables, and cemeteries, and cultivating nearby land, these communities were largely self-sufficient, offering residents peace and protection from tax collectors and soldiers. However, they were not isolated from nearby towns and villages. Many monastics were influential local figures, and monastery churches were likely open to the public for worship. The economic and social influence of the Christian Church in the Nile Valley and Delta stands out as a key development of the 5th and 6th centuries. By the time of the Arab invasion in the mid-7th century, the straightforward message of Islam may have appeared appealing, highlighting the political and religious divisions that rival Christian patriarchs had fiercely created and exploited. However, the arrival of Arab rule did not eradicate Christianity in Egypt. Some regions remained predominantly Christian for several more centuries.